Good evening and welcome to the August 10th closed session for City Council meeting. Roll call, please. We start at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Councilmember Infante.
Here?
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Ms. Smith? Certainly. Face the flag, hand over the heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to say hand over heart except for Mark. Don't have any heart left. Took everything. Okay. Are there any public communications for our closed session, either in the room or on Zoom? I don't see any, so I will then close public communication and we will recess to closed session.
Recess to closed session. Edward St. George versus City of Solvang et al., case number 25 CB 07234. Item 2B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one potential case. Item 2D, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 478, 4th Place, Solvang, California, APN 139173014, agency negotiator Randy Murphy, city manager, and Chelsea O'Sullivan, city attorney. Negotiating parties CRA Solvang, RE, LLC. Under negotiation, both price and terms. Item 2E, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 425 First Street, Solvang, California, APN 139192024, agency negotiator Randy Murphy, city manager, and Chelsea O'Sullivan, city attorney. Negotiating parties, Jameson Elias Holding Limited. Under negotiation, both price and terms. Item 2F, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative Chelsea O'Sullivan, city attorney, unrepresented employee, city manager. Item 2G, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative Dave Fleischman, assistant city attorney, employee organization Teamsters Union Local 986. Item 2H, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency representative Dave Fleischman, assistant city attorney, employee organization, all unrepresented employees.
Thank you very much. We're at recess. Thank you very much. We are back from closed session. Mr. Attorney, is there any reportable action?
There were multiple closed sessions. Mr. Mayor, I can go through each one of them very briefly, but there was no reportable action on any of them.
Thank you. We will then adjourn our closed session and begin our open session. We close the last session is closed at 6:32, and we are now in session for our open session at 6:32. Good evening, everyone. Glad you're here. We're here for our August the 10th. We're beginning at 6:32, and I ask that you please silence your phones and do the housekeeping things of that, so we don't have those interruptions, particularly while you're speaking at public comment. That would be embarrassing. We wouldn't want that. So we will have roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
And to lead us into tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, we have Valerie Kissel. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Valerie. Okay, we have no proclamations on our calendar, and we have no presentations, and we do have some public comments. So we will move to public comments. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and on consent. Time limit is 3 minutes, and we will start with in-person public comments first.
Thank you. Let's start off with Mr. Steve Palmer.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Brown and council members. My name is Steve Palmer. I'm presently the president-elect of the Solvang Rotary Club. Also, kind of more importantly for tonight, I am the chair of the Solvang Rotary Club's 4th of July Parade Committee. Also here tonight, we have Kristen Morrison, our current president, and I see a couple other members of the Solvang Rotary here as well. Tonight, I'm here to thank you for your support and your continued support from year to year of the annual Solvang 4th of July Parade. It's one of the was one of the highlights of the city events for residents and visitors alike. Specifically, I want to call out the help from Randy Murphy, Wendy Berry, Candace Libera, Tori Stevens, Jonathan Flynn, and Lieutenant Henderson and his sheriff deputies for helping us to make this one of the best parades ever, possibly the biggest ever. Also tonight, I'm here to present a gift to the city of Solvang. What we had prepared was a commemorative Declaration of Independence that didn't have any signatures on it until it was signed by all the members of the Solvang Rotary Club. And we also had took it over to the Vets Hall and had the Legion and the VFW group sign. And I believe on here is at least one signature from a World War II veteran. So with little further ado, I wish to present this to the city. First, I want to read the proclamation across the top, sorry. It reads, on this day, July 4th, 2026, marking the historic 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, we gather to reaffirm our devotion to the nation's founding ideals. We do solemnly pledge our commitment to the sacred principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. By our signatures below, we honor the legacy of those who founded this republic and dedicate ourselves to preserving the unalienable rights, justice, and equality that define the American spirit for generations to come. Presented to the city of Solvang by the Rotary Club of Solvang. I will hand this over to the capable hands of Mr. Murphy. And I do have a pen over here for each of you to sign at some point. I also have a frame here, and hopefully you guys can find a suitable place to display this in the city for people to enjoy.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. On my next list is Valerie Kissel.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council, and city staff. I'm here this evening representing the Friends of the Library, and I just wanted to update you on some of the activities that have been going on over at the library. We just finished a very successful summer reading program where we served 134 children, 14 teens, and 45 adults. Now, our summer reading program included not just reading, but presentations from the mammals, reptiles, and we also had a person come in and teach graphic comic book illustration, which was pretty interesting. Another thing we tried this summer, and we're going to look into providing it again, is we did Thursday afternoon matinees in the courtroom. And the most interesting thing was to see the kids running around through the courtroom and sitting up in the judge's chair. But anyway, I did want to thank you all for your continued support of the library and Councilman Mark for serving so diligently on our board. I know that you guys all know that we've outgrown our space, and I appreciate everybody working with us on that. But we have just shy of 3,000 patrons. And last year, we distributed 29,000 materials, that's books, DVDs. So it's a very vibrant library, but it's not just reading books. We brought back the very popular, it's called ARF, but it's Read to a Dog. And that's where the young kids come in and they read to therapy dogs. So we do that every Tuesday afternoon. We have story time. We have a fiber optics club, a garden club, and, you know, there's just so many things other than just coming in and using the resources. So once again, just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for your support and let you know what was going on over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dennis Beebe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, thank you for your continued support to our community. It isn't easy, I think. I want to add my kudos to the Solvang Rotary and Steve Palmer in particular for the greatest parade ever. It's the highlight of my year. But I must switch subjects. I want to talk about sewerage, or a more polite term is wastewater. A year ago, I warned this council that because the Los Olivos Community Services District was considering a pipeline to Solvang to resolve the wastewater treatment that they were facing, that you were close to violating the 2009 SYV community plan. And I counseled you not to proceed, but like many of my councils, you did. You agreed to start negotiations, or at least discussions, with the Los Olivos Community Services District to find out what it would take to connect a pipeline from Los Olivos to the Solvang wastewater treatment plant. That's ongoing. You've done it. You've provided them a conceptual description and a cost estimate. I expressed our concern because in the plan, the thread of development all along the 3.4-mile corridor where the pipe would reside opens the floodgate to development. That's what's specified in the plan. I must admit, the plan, oh, my fingerprints are on this plan, by the way. The plan does not make it a policy, you know, a numbered alphanumeric policy. So the 3rd District Supervisor's staff told me, well, it's not policy not to have a pipe, but it's a narrative. Well, things have changed, and I'd like to alert you to it and ask you to reconsider your plan to connect Solvang wastewater to your wastewater treatment plant. What's changed is the general manager's promise that there could be no development along that route because of their design. And I'm an engineer, so I kind of lean towards design. I disregarded the promise from the 3rd District Supervisor and the board that there would be no development because they wouldn't permit it. Well, they won't be here when the time comes. The design was a pressurized pipe that took the wastewater from Los Olivos to the connection in Solvang. And that, we were assured, technically, would not allow development or connections all along the way. It's changed. They've now decided it's not going to be pressurized, it's going to be gravity. I would like you to reconsider your plan to connect sewage from Los Olivos to the Solvang wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you. I have no other slips. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to chime for public comment? Seeing no hands raised up. Okay, is there anyone else that did not fill out a slip that wishes to have a comment? Okay, then we will close it for public communications and move on to the city manager's report. Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Several things to talk about. First of all, I want to remind everybody that our quarterly cleanup day is this Saturday. We'll be over here in Lot 5 across the street from City Hall. Due to neighbors' concerns raised about the ongoing collection of the community waste, we are moving that beginning in November to Hans Christian Andersen Park. So this will be the last time it will be here at Lot 5. We are in the process of developing the necessary infrastructure or improving it so that it makes it easier for people getting in and out of there. But that will happen in November. You may recall, I've announced this several times, that these events happen on a third Saturday of every third month. So, but we're not doing it on the calendar quarter. We're doing so February, May, August, and November are the 3 months or 4 months that we do this. And it's always been, up to this point since I've been involved, the third Saturday. So that is this coming weekend, August 15th from 8 to noon. Please follow the direction of the staff that are there to help prevent or reduce conflicts in the neighborhood by blocking driveways, et cetera. I also had an announcement I wanted to share with the council and the community that June TOT numbers are in, and it is the highest we've ever received, the highest amount we've ever received in a single month. $919,187.37. That is 14% of all the rate. So that's, I didn't do the math, but a lot of money was spent here in the month of June for lodging properties. The fiscal year total, so 25 from July of 25 to June of 26, was also a new record. $1 million more than the previous fiscal year of $8,383,651.60. So again, that's 14% of the total value of the rooms rented in Solvang. So that's an amazing number. And, even though tourism is on the decline, generally speaking, we're doing pretty good. So kudos to our marketing group and our staff associated with that. We have a quarterly update in this week's agenda. I also wanted to share, I received an email earlier today. California Governor Office of Emergency Service, OES, Cal OES, is doing meetings for planning guide update related to climate innovation, et cetera. There's information on our city's website and Facebook page about it. They're having virtual workshops. One happened last week. Next one is Wednesday of next week. In-person ones, August 26th in San Francisco and September 1 in San Diego. So for anybody in this area, if you have an interest in what it says is the Cal OES in partnership with California Natural Resource Agency and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation welcome your comments on the draft California Adaptation Planning Guide. And so anyway, if you have an interest in that kind of thing, that information is available on our website. Another issue that's going to affect the residents here in Solvang and our visitors is that beginning on Wednesday this week through early October, so about the next 2 months, northbound and southbound at the 246 interchange of 101 is going to be closed. So the the entrance and exit ramps north of 246 will be closed to all traffic. So, and that includes McMurray Road and Avenue of Flags. They're basically blocking off that right-hand side. So you have to go down to Santa Rosa Road. So if you're going to go north on 101, you need to go south on 101 and turn around at Santa Rosa Road and come back up. If you're coming off of 101 from the north, you have to exit Santa Rosa Road and come back around, either up Avenue of Flags from the south or come back around on the northbound side of 101. This is part of the improvements they're making in there. They've had the fast lane blocked for a while. Now they're closing the slow lane. And the fast lane will have through traffic. You just can't get off at 246 from the north. From the south you can, but from the north you won't be able to. So I wanted to share that. Also, State of the City is on the 27th. So 2 weeks from this Thursday, we'll be at the Cork. The Chamber is advertising it. I believe it's $65 if you're a Chamber member, $75 if you're not. That includes lunch. We are providing for individuals in the community who are interested in hearing what is being said. And we are making seats available. Will not include lunch. You'll be sitting in the back of the room. It is a public meeting because we will have all 5 council there, and we'll be talking. Unlike previous State of Cities, it's not a conference where there's a keynote speaker. It'll be staff providing updates of their various departments. So, and it's an opportunity for the community to look, listen in on what's going on, provide questions related to what's being presented. We will be having it recorded. It will not be broadcast live, but it will be recorded, and that information will be available on our YouTube channel probably a week or so later. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood. It's a fundraiser for the Chamber, so they are on all of their communications, aren't talking about the fact that there are seats available at no cost if you have an interest. But or you can watch it later on a broadcast. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Any questions of the city manager?
Sorry, Randy, did we have a new occupancy value that goes with our highest ever TOT revenue?
I do not.
It'd be good to hear it when we
I don't have
can
occupancy.
inquire.
We'll have that soon through our marketing team.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we'll move on to item 5. If you'd read that into the record, please, Madam Clerk.
Government Code Section 53232.3D, AKA AB 1234, and Government Code Section 84308, AKA SB 1439, report out, ex parte communications, council comments, requests.
Thank you. Anybody like to start? It's been a while since the last one. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. I just had a couple of things that quick comment that I attended and chaired our Eastern Management JPA Agency groundwater management meeting. And this isn't relevant necessarily for Solvang residents, but if the community at large is listening and you happen to use groundwater and have a well, this is the month for us to mandatory meet the registration requirement to let the county know that you have a water well in the Eastern Management boundary. So there are, I think, at least one more workshop left to help you work through that portal process and self-service your registration. I also attended, I think twice, the Parks and Recs master plan meeting, which was great, kind of pulled together our thinking around what our 5, 10, and 20-year plan will be for our development for Parks and Recreation. And we have a public hearing coming up next week for everybody to hear and contribute to that master plan. I also met with Brian Forster, just spent some time with the new chamber leadership, now that he's been in the seat for a couple of months now, to hear his point of view before we get to State of the City. And then finally, no small task, I did file for my candidacy to rerun for reelection. So you'll hear from me requesting the honor to do this 4 more years.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes, the only thing I really have to report is I too have filed all my paperwork to rerun for District 3 for this, and be on the ballot for November, so.
Okay.
I will report that I also attended the last meeting for the committee reviewing the master plan for Parks and Rec. I am very much looking forward to the open session where everybody can see and review the reality that we have of the with our Parks and Rec plan, what we could do better, and most importantly, how we're going to pay for it. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Well, just, except for a shoulder, right? Yeah, okay. Well, let me start. With the city manager, I spent last Friday at Vandenberg Space Force Base in the afternoon for a memorial service for Senior Airman Luna, and a very proper send-off for a fallen hero here in locally. It was well attended. Must have been probably well over 200, maybe 300 people, and so it was an honor to be there and represent Solvang for that. I also welcomed the new grand jury last week to Solvang and to their new seats. They were just impaneled, I think is the right word, and so gave them a little bit of background on what's going on in Solvang, and then we attended a Zoom team meetings with the Housing Task Force for Vandenberg Space Force Base, again with the city manager, and list of people regarding the growth that they're having there. We also had a check presentation regarding the wastewater management. We were presented with a check from Congressman Carbajal for $1 million for the upgrades to our wastewater treatment plant. And I think if I quote him properly, he said, "Cameras are to politicians what candy is to children." So something along those lines. But anyway, we was happy to have him here and happy to receive the funds for our wastewater treatment plant. It's a start. Then finally, quite finally, I also gave a Rotary presentation regarding Solvang to the Los Olivos Rotary, and back in last month. And then also I had the privilege of donating blood to Vitalant. Did the double thing that they call the Power Red type of thing. So anyway, pleasure doing that, and saving a life might be my own. So that's all. Oh, and I had some shout outs because I want to thank our Public Works Department. The redoing of all the roads and everything in the community, it's gone on flawlessly and without much indigestion for anyone. So thank you to Public Works for overseeing that, and our partners Cal Portland now for doing that. Appreciate that. And that's all I have for those items. So unless there's anything else, we'll move on to item 6, consent items. Would you read that into the record, please?
Consent is for routine administrative city matters and is approved with one motion. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak during the public communications portion of this agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any concerns or modifications?
I would call out
I'll
that
make modification.
8F and G need to be removed.
Yeah,
We'll-
I'll make a modification on, well, I'll make a motion to approve all the consent items if there's no questions or concerns or anything else to pull, but to change 6A so that we would temporarily table the agenda items 8F and G and proceed with that modification to our rest of the agenda for tonight. That would mean we'd approve consent items 6B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Okay. Does everybody get that? Okay, if I may, actually, let's see if there's a second first.
I will second.
Okay. To rephrase that, we're going to approve consent items A through G with a modification to A, whereby we will delete or table items 8F and 8G, as in foxtrot and golf. Did I repeat that properly? It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Verona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. We are now going to move on to item 7. And I'm going to 7A. Would you read that into the record, please, Madam Clerk?
Public hearing to consider a request for a letter of public convenience or necessity for VIP Tobacco Shop located at 606 Alamo Pintado Road, Suite 6, APN 139540054.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Yes, good evening, Council. So the Department of Alcohol Beverage Control requires a denial for a license when a higher concentration of ABC licenses exist in a census tract. In this instance, the applicant VIP Tobacco has applied for a Type 20 wine and beer sales offsite license. However, there's an overconcentration of said licenses within the census tract. So therefore, the applicant has requested a public convenience or necessity letter, which requires the City Council approval for this item. The applicant, what this Type 20 licensure means is that the patrons purchase the beer and wine in-store and consume those off-site at a different location. The City Council last approved a PCN in 2024, and so I believe the applicant's here to answer any additional questions, but City staff is recommending approval of the PCN this evening. An option that the City Council does have is to deny the request, and if that is such, then that means that the applicant will not be able to get a Type 20 license, and they will continue their operations as it exists today. And with that, I'll open up to any questions the Council may have.
Thank you. Any questions? My question is, what determines this as either a convenience or necessity?
Again, that's up to the council. They just need to determine that it is a convenience and necessity. So these are based on census tracts. So every 10 years, the census revises that, and ABC typically, when a community grows, increase the number of licenses that are available. So really, it's a council decision at this point to whether to grant this license and deem it a convenience and necessity.
Thank you. Any questions?
Is the owner available to answer questions? Is that okay if I move that direction?
Yeah.
I guess, thank you for being here.
Good evening.
What's your name, please?
Monique.
Thank you, Monique.
I guess my first question is about, is there a demand? Do you have customers that come in routinely that were requesting that it'd be so nice to stop here and get
I believe so. Yes, my type of business brings a lot of local people, and it's a daily. It's a very heavy traffic of people, and it's mostly locals. And my target, once Rite Aid closed, and with that we felt a little bit that in my business with the closure. But I believe that if we are able to offer other items in my store, it would help us increase that revenue. And I believe it would help, it would be a quick stop for locals to have other options like local wines and nothing too big, just an extra revenue.
May I ask how long you've owned the shop?
We've been in business for 15 years.
Thank you.
While you're there, can I ask you, what are your hours of operation?
We are from Monday to Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have any questions? Just scratch your nose? Okay. Anybody else?
Bidding on it.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to open it up to public hearing at this point in time. So I don't have any slips, but are there anybody with opinions or suggestions on this item? Anybody here? Anybody on Zoom? Any hands up? Okay. That being said, I'll be closing it for public comment, having given the opportunity, and bring it back to the dais for action. Or other questions that you might have.
No, I thought the application was comprehensive, and the successful business letter was nice. I think that these seem to be complementary business strategy. I thought it makes sense to me, and with the added context that the business has been affected with the exit of Rite Aid, I think we could help them. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this letter of convenience or necessity for the VIP wine, tobacco, and shop located at 606 Elmo Pintado.
I'll second that.
Very well. It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the request as per the motion. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Rona?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item number 7B as in Baker. Would you read that in the record, please?
Public hearing to consider Resolution 261331, approving issuance of an animal-drawn conveyance license for Horses Entertainment, LLC.
Thank you very much.
And before we start, Mr. Mayor, I will recuse myself as I have an interest in Horses Entertainment LLC.
Thank you. We'll send for you when we're finished. While you're out, why don't you order lunch for us, will you? Thank you. That's if life were so simple. Okay. Any staff report, please? Let's go there first.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item is for the animal drawn conveyance license renewal only. So this is different from the electric vehicle conveyance license. Horses LLC currently operates the animal drawn conveniences and has applied to renew this license for an additional 5 years. The proposed operation is from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with weather being the largest factor in being dependent. The proposed route that is included in your staff report will remain the same. staying primarily in the village. So this route does not go into the Avahor Museum, nor does it go into the residential neighborhoods. And that is the designated route for the animal conveyances. City staff has added conditions similar to the last renewal that Horses LLC had. However, we did add a new set of conditions for insurance requirements, as well as a requirement to obtain an encroachment permit for the proposed parking spaces that the animal conveyance will be taking up. So with that being said, the applicant has no history of accidents or any reported violations. So city staff is recommending renewal of this permit for up to 5 years, as included in your attachments, as well as the conditions of approval. And with that, we'll turn it back to you for any questions that you have of city staff.
Thank you. Any questions for my colleagues?
Is the encroachment permit in the resolution language?
Yes, it's in the condition language. It's actually, let me get to that page there. So there's the resolution itself, and then the attachment next to that is the conditions of approval, and it is required to have a annual encroachment permit. So that permit would need to be renewed on an annual basis.
I'm sorry. It's in the Exhibit A.
Correct.
And that will
And
run
there's
with the license itself?
What is that?
That will run with the license itself?
Correct.
They're
So
mutually exclusive, or?
So essentially what ends up happening is they would renew each year. If the city would need to add any conditions or any additional indemnifications based upon which gets codified, they would need to then abide by that. So that's why we do this on an annual renewal basis. And again, it's just to ensure sort of the safety, make sure the operations are done per the city code. This is a new condition that was added comparative to the last one.
Okay, the language isn't clear. Raphael, are you saying the encroachment gets renewed every year or the license gets renewed?
The encroachment gets renewed every
And
year.
the license is dependent on the encroachment being
It is required to get and obtain an encroachment permit each year.
But can you point out where it says that?
Sure. That would be number 5, encroachment permit. Issuance of encroachment permit by city engineers required for use of public right-of-way. Licensees shall obtain annually renew an encroachment permit for use of public right-of-way. Such encroachment permit shall provide the licensee indemnification to the city of Solvang.
And is there a fee associated with that?
Yes,
Where's that pointed out?
that's in your adopted fee schedule.
Which is what value?
I actually do not know that value because it's dependent on what that encroachment is. I believe it's a blocking encroachment.
So the encroachment is not treated as unique, or is it called out specifically for the trolley?
It's called out specifically for the animal conveyances.
Okay, so I'm going to look that up.
Okay. I guess I had a question about the hours for holidays and things of that nature. How flexible are those hours if there's special events? Or I remember we used to have carriages during Yule Fest, and it would go to late in the evening. So does this accommodate for that, or is this?
Oh, yes, it does. So item 3 is hours of operation. So it covers the licensee, the applicant has provided to us in Exhibit B the hours from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with the exception of Tuesday with no operations. And then the next line says licensee may operate different hours from time to time for other events, special holidays, etc., with approval of the community development director, and shall notify the director within 30 days. So it does give a little leeway, especially for planning such as Yule Fest and other major holidays.
Is this an exclusive license?
No, other operators can operate one if they go through the application process.
Thank you.
But we wouldn't have more than one horse-drawn trolley, would we? I mean, are we going to issue more than one license?
Well, that's up to you as the council.
That question is not before us right now, but like you said, that would be, if somebody else were to ask for one, we'd have to consider it, just as we are this one.
That is correct. So if an applicant came and applied for a license and provided the information, we would go through the application as we've done this and then bring it to the city council for consideration.
Are you You mentioned that there was a modification to the insurance. Are you satisfied that these levels are adequate?
Yes, the modification was suggested by our finance director.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions over here?
I can wait because I think I have a question for the applicant
Okay.
when it's the appropriate time.
All right. Well, if, we will now open it to public comment. And we're opening the public hearing part and opening it to public comment. And why don't we start with the applicant? Do you have anything you'd like to say before we?
Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor, City Councils, staff, and members of our community. It's an honor for me to present and ask for the renewal of our license because we have 19 years operating the horse-drawn trolley in Solvang that now is a part integral of the community, the tradition, and we're gonna say culture from Solvang, because we not only operate the business for like that, for business. We operate the service to get a welcome to our guest, that is our tourist, and at the same time, if somebody require information, education about the horses, the service, their capabilities, we are more than welcome, and we do that too many times. And every time that someone from the community asks for a service, we are willing to do that always. And I don't want to say like songs like I am. I'm going to say, my words now is missing, but I am proud that in all those years, we don't have a single accident. And it's easy to say, 20 years without no accidents with the horse-drawn covens in the city, with the tourists, with the motorcycles, with all the stuff that's running around us all day long. It's not easy, believe me. And I am proud that in all these times, we don't have any accident or any issue or complaint, not with the city, with the county, animal service, or clean, it's a clean record. And I'm proud to say, after all these years, we are on home. Now we have 20 years here, but at the beginning, when we arrived here, it was tough time. We grow the company from just get 2 teams that work in that time every single day when we buy the company. And now we get 6 teams. Now some of those are retired. Our horses after work, too many people think we have only 2 horses all the time. They think are the same horses. No, we have 12 horses working, or well, some of those now are retired. And our horses retire, we promise our horses, because we treat the horses like our kids. They are my kids. The time when time comes and they can't work anymore for some reason, or I decide to retire because I notice it's time to them to be retired, they get the same care that the horses that I work in making money. And the other thing is the company grow because we have demand from the public, and even we have tourists that come to us to want to ride the trolley from overseas, believe it or not. Just they tell me, we come to Solvang just because we want to see that trolley running the streets, because you see trolleys pulling by horses in amusement park, but in the live streets, running in the traffic, only in Solvang, believe me.
Yeah.
Any question, you are more than welcome. I am here to clarify, answer anything.
I think we might bring you back up, but we're going to go
Thank
through the
you.
list of other people as well, unless you.
I do have one
right-
question
right
for,
now?
is it okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ronan. I want to before I ask you my questions, I want to tell you that I appreciate seeing the trolleys, especially the horse-drawn trolleys. As much as some residents worry and complain about traffic or the tourist population, you guys do your best to make it special. Really appreciate it. One question had to do with the routing.
Yes.
The routing diagrams don't have any directional arrows. I assume that means you want the flexibility to go both ways.
Well, special, the time to time when the city have special events and we need to make a detours or something, we have to change the direction. It's a mistake, don't place the arrows. It's something that we can fix it. But yes, you are right. I asked to get the flexibility to change the directions. The main route is going to be like this in the rounds. And we work really hard to, I know sometimes the people complain because the trolley runs so slow, but at the same time, okay, please understand, they are horses. They are no race horses, you know? And it's part of the charm, the quiet, and that special song that produces the hooves when they walk is just, if you have a little imagination, you go back on the time when those horses built this beautiful country.
The reason I brought up the arrows and the directional is when you're on mission, are you turning left with the horses from Mission to First or left from Alisal to Mission?
Well, the road is, we turn from First to Mission on the right, always follow next to the curve. And then when we reach Alisal, we turn right in Alisal, the same thing. And it's the only place where the trolley run on Mission because it's easy to get into the traffic. And then next to a few foot, we have a special lane to turn. Then we immediately go to the right and we let all the cars pass.
I'm afraid to make those two left turns
Now, those are
in my car. So
yeah.
it just concerns me that maybe we hardwire that right turn only on those two, just when they're horse-drawn,
Well, we can see what we can do. But it's important to get that part of the route because we show and use that little block from Mission. Originally, the trolley, when it was running too many years ago, make a big loop, all Copenhagen to Fifth and all Mission. But for the traffic, I understand now it's impossible to do that.
on the busiest days. It's very difficult.
Yes.
I did pull up the encroachment fee schedule. I believe it's under engineering and encroachment fees. So I just have a simple question. These are new fees that we either updated, increased, or added in the July 2026 approval cycle? Did you budget for those fees?
Well, I understand it's something that we have to cover, and it's fair.
There's I'm not sure which ones apply, because the next set of questions are probably going to have to go back to Rafael, because they're not very specific.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. You have any questions?
Yeah. Salvatore, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I absolutely am enchanted by your horse-drawn Honen. I just found out in the application that Honen means chicken.
Chicken. That's right.
Yeah, that was a new one on me. But you list in here several other, like the omnibus and the wagonette.
Uh-huh.
I never see these. When do these get used?
Well, some of those, like the bus, that is a special piece of equipment for us because that comes from T. Hare. He was a former rancher from San Ynez, and he provided carries to us, and we rebuilding from the frame to the top.
Okay.
And we use it for special occasion, weddings, or parades, or sometimes in Valentine's, when we saw the demand for that kind of service, we use that one, or the wagonette is the same thing. And we apply and put in all that equipment because in case that we need it, we have the permit to use it.
I think these are fantastic. I would like to see these sometime. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move to the
Thank you.
next person on my list, Finn Curtis, followed by Maisie Curtis.
Hi.
Hey,
All right, should I just get started right here? Perfect.
you're on the timer.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There are many sites in the immediate blocks around us that are classically Solvang, like our windmills, our Danish architecture, and of course the horse-drawn Solvang trolley. You see it on the postcards, inside newspaper articles, and also social media posts. Visitors come here to be enlightened by the Solvang experience and to see and do things they can't do at home. Solvang's soul is its identity, and over the past 60 years, the trolley and its horses have become a part of that identity. To see the horses walk down the street is an experience that I've had many times since I was a small child. Having lived here for years, it isn't much a novelty to see our idyllic trolley making its way down the street. However, there are many people who come to Solvang from massive cities like Los Angeles. For some of these visitors, both adults and especially small children, the sight of a trolley being pulled by genuine horses is not only a sight to behold, it's also a wonder they haven't ever seen before. I'm lucky to know the Aronas and witness how they treat their animals. The legacy of this jewel of Solvang is in good hands. The Belgian draft horses, the trolley they pull, and the feeling that they create are one of the reasons people choose this town to visit. After all these years, the horse-drawn trolley has become an integral part of this town's identity, and renewing their license to operate is a necessity in regards to keeping the spirit of the Danish capital of America alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Maisie Curtis.
Mayor. Hello, my name is Maisie, and I'm speaking in favor of the Solvang trolley getting their license renewed for the use of their Belgian draft horses. I've heard murmurs from people who are worried about the horses working long and on hot days. When I was at my barn where I rode horses for many years, my teacher started teaching us a lesson one day about horses and their jobs. She used the horses on the trolley in Solvang as an example and said that the draft horses love pulling things. It makes them happy to pull the trolley around, and it's their life's work. We should not worry about them and their care because they are well taken care of by the Aronas. The draft horses that pull the trolleys at Disneyland often work in the heat with crowds, dodging people, and many other factors. The Solvang trolley draft horses don't work half the time and in the heat like the Solvang or like the ones in Disneyland and Anaheim. I am confident that the horses are happy and healthy, so you should let the Aronas renew their license. This is just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Lorena Rodriguez, and followed by Kim.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Lorena Rodriguez Orona. I'm the mom of the trolley family. I just want to talk about our babies, you know. In 2008, we started this company with Claire and Rita. And one day we promised to them, you know, one day you girls will have your forever home. So this company really make that dream happen. So just I want to say thank you for all the support of the visitors, the residents, the city council, all the people who love this company. Hans, thank you so much for coming. This is very emotional for me because this is a real American dream. You know, we have that Mermaid restaurant, the ice cream parlor, the windmill, the mechanic trolley will help a lot with the horses staying home when it's too busy, when it's hot. We have 8 draft horses, 4 of them are already retired. The young ones, we are brothers. We have the biggest horse in California, maybe the biggest horse in the United States. His name is Herman Moster. So he's a success. When he comes to town, everybody's taking pictures of Herman. So thank you so much for everything. they are not horses. They are a family. They are a souls. Like I say to Kim, I always say thank you to God. You guys have a home. You have a food. You have a friends. You have a family. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kim, I pronounce your last name how?
Deanne,
Gian.
you know that.
Of course I do.
Well, good evening, everyone. I am the tour guide for the Belgian draft horses. Every day, people are asked, where are the horses? Why aren't they here? What are they doing? When are they coming back? We drove all the way here. My child wants to see these horses. The Ronas love these animals. I love them I take care of them as my horses when I'm working with them. The Hanen, as you mentioned, the chicken, the trolley, that has been in Solvang for a very, very long time. And we still use it, take care of it, and it's got a lot of history to it. Would just be a sad story if the horses weren't back out in Solvang. They need to be here, and the Ronas are a wonderful family. They're my family, and they take really good care of these horses. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of the slips that I have. Are there anyone else here? Mr. Deuce, please. And followed by Dennis Beebe. Actually, Dennis, why don't you go first? They'll give you time, Hans, to come up.
That'd be a really good
Let's do that. Yeah. No worries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Dennis Beebe, Solvang. Most of the people that ride the horse-drawn trolley are visitors. Not all of them. It's the most wonderful part of Solvang. My daughter and I ride it every Yule Fest. It's just a special, quiet, horse-clopping experience. I don't know why you are spending so much time on this subject. I think you ought to certainly bring the proponents forward, but this is a slam dunk. So, let's get on with it. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience for both residents and visitors.
Thank you. Your turn, Hans. The floor is yours.
Hey, good seeing you.
Yeah,
Guess what? I'm a Dane. And I know a lot of Danish too. Hunnen is a hen. A hen, yes. So that's your information for the night. It is a no-brainer on the trolley, and I think what we really need to do is just exactly what we are doing: pump them up. Let them know that you guys up there on the dais making the rules are supporting them too, because you understand what this little company does for the town. They're all over. They're all over the place. And there's some great stores, but they're locked in. These guys are in your face the whole time reminding. And, kids, hey, that sells them. Damn right. They're going to spend that $25, $30, $40, whatever, getting on that trolley, because all the kids are going to want to be on it. So anyway, I'm just babbling now. Good to see you all. I remember back about 20, I don't know, a bunch of years ago. Yeah, yeah, and you guys had just come up from Carpinteria, and the next fall, I believe I was elected by 35 votes. Yeah. So anyway, I'll shut up now and
Thank
you
you.
guys can have your meeting back.
Thank you, Hans.
Nice to see you, Hans.
I'm glad you're here with us. Okay, was there anybody else in the audience that wanted to speak? Because if not, I'll go to Zoom. Is there anybody on Zoom that has a hand up?
I want to say something.
Okay. I do see one, I see a thumb up here, but have them be on, who's that? Ann Smith. Would you please wait while we have the one more? You'll be next, Ann Smith. Stand by.
Hi, I'm Victoria with Valley Property Management, and I have an office here in Solvang. And I have been lucky enough to be their property managers for the last 10 years. So I do leasing. That's my specialty, just what you guys are doing with them. And we all know the business is great. Solvang, we need the tourists. They love the trolley. I have several shops in town and businesses in town that I manage, and I will say that this is probably one of the busiest ones that people talk about. We want to know where the trolley is, what's going on, are the people coming, where can I get the tickets? And my office is above them, and so I constantly get people looking for tickets in my office, which is a great thing for a landlord because I know that it's busy. But I really wanted to speak about character. What you're seeing is honestly what they're saying, who they are and how they're acting right now is what I have seen on a daily basis for over 10 years now. Their quality. And quality people, quality business, and exactly what I think is important for people who come to Solvang to get to meet. This type of people are exactly who we want to be known in our community and what our community is known for, good people. So I just kind of wanted to put that word out. I adore them, and I'm just thankful to have them as tenants, and I hope it continues.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Smith? Ann Smith, go ahead.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I couldn't be there. I have a special point for this conversation because I get to work specifically with the horses. I work on the ranch. I clean these guys. I put their harnesses on, and every day they're happy to work. They're happy to work because when you put the collars on, they're ready to go. And I've worked with horses all my life, but you will never find the same experience that Saul has with his horses and the care he gives them and the carefulness. If anything's going on in town, he will not risk the horses. He takes the best care of them. I adore this family. I've worked with them for 4 years, and I hope to continue to work for them many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, if there's, yes, we have one more. Hopefully it's not repetitive.
Okay, so my name is Denise Cornwell. People you see here, we all work for the trolley. We are here supporting them, making sure that everything is right. They are our family. All of us are family. I just want you to know that this front row, we are trolley people.
Thank you. Okay, is anybody else on Zoom? Okay, I am now going to close public comment and move on to other questions you might have. Okay. We're closing the public hearing part, and we'll bring it back here for action.
I still have some questions on the fees and can we just
Okay.
get clarity on the encroachment fees and the license fee? Is there one?
So the encroachment fee, there is under our fee schedule, there's an item for special encroachment agreement review. private encroachments in the public right-of-way, which is exactly this. And so that fee is $557. While that's not an annual fee, that typically covers the cost it takes to run the encroachment. That's typically done by the Public Works Office. So that's the fee that would be done, and then obviously there's a set time to enter the encroachment. It wouldn't be in perpetuity. It would instead be either renewed every year at either reduced fee or give it a set of years. So, but again, that's something that will be worked between the Public Works Department and the applicant.
I don't follow what you just said. Sorry. There's a electronic trolley fee. Then there's an encroachment fee for right-of-way. And is that renewed annually? Or you said something about it being negotiated with Public
It's
Works.
negotiated. It's what we call a private agreement. So it gets negotiated, and that could be, and so the encroachment could last a few years. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4 years, or 5 years, however the amount of the encroachment agreement lasts to. Does that make sense?
It makes me ask more questions. What's the basis for that negotiation?
Again, it's the avenue that we typically use for most instances. This avenue is used for permanent encroachments in the right of way. So we would use this fee to do that, but it wouldn't be a permanent encroachment.
Because it gets renewed every year?
It can, based on the language.
Okay,
Again,
maybe that's where the issue is. The language is very loose. So let's start, like, you refer to Exhibit B. There's no Exhibit B. I assume it's the application?
yes, that is Exhibit.
Can
Exhibit
we-
A is the conditions, Exhibit B is the application.
It's not necessarily tied to that, so we should tighten that up. The encroachment permit language does not reflect what you just said, so it just says it's renewed annually, and it does not describe what parts of the encroachment fees it maps to, and it sounds like it's totally subjective. That's negotiated under conditions that are TBD. So can we get new language that describes exactly what this is? Otherwise, you know, we just had some great commentary about us all being one family, but how do we, it's sort of like rules for thee, but not for me. How do we even represent that we have applicable fee schedule that is actually referred to? Massive gap.
This is kind of a different, and we've not done this before.
Okay,
This
but we
exact
have,
process.
this is a separate license for the horse-drawn trolley than the electronic trolley. Do we have a reference in the electronic trolley license?
No, we do not.
So we have the same issue across both licenses?
Correct. And as well as businesses in town that use the public right of way for their personal business.
Public right-of-way, but we also have, is that including the parking spaces that are being dedicated to?
It could. The issue is right now, the permit is expired. We're trying to get them back. They can't run the horses right now without the permit. So
Okay.
what I would recommend,
So why don't we give you direction?
right, that's what I was going to request.
Extend the permit until we correct some of this language and identify.
I think that's the best option, yes.
Okay. Can we come back with corrected and more specific language around encroachment fees and perhaps routing? Because the routing has scenarios, especially when we close down for events. Yule Fest is probably a great example. And the application sort of describes these alternate vehicles that can be used, but we don't define under what conditions we say yes to those things. And it sounds like those alternate routes also get negotiated with the community service director. Is that right? Community
Development Director.
So I think those are massive undefined components in a license that's going to last 5 years. we should temporarily extend and come back and tighten those items up.
I would like to see that temporarily extend so they can continue operating while we settle what these things that
Yes.
you're bringing up, which I think is a great idea.
Yes.
But we would need to give them the license
No
extension.
issue there.
Okay.
Okay, just for my edification, you want clarification on the encroachment?
Encroachment, the permit fees, the encroachment mapping to our new encroachment fee schedule, the process defined, and the
and the
routings.
route.
Oh, the
Okay.
routing alternatives defined.
And you want arrows on the?
Yeah, because
one
we
that-
do have, I know the language says the fact is we've never had any safety complaints, but we've had resident complaints. And it's not just for the horse trolley, it's for trolley, I'll just say in general.
I guess
But
Mike,
it would be good for residents to know what those alternate route options look like. It's like disclosure, right? You're disclosing to a neighborhood, this may happen in your neighborhood.
okay. This route, though, is only in the VMU, so we're not really talking about neighborhoods for
That's
the-
not necessarily true. It goes down to Elverhoy and in Christmas
The
time.
horse-drawn trolley does not.
Electronic does, the electronic does.
Let's be exclusive just to the.
Yeah, but
So-
they acknowledge we need to resolve it for both.
Okay. And then also, the encroachment, is that one license for both businesses?
Again, this encroachment would only involve the animal drawn
Okay. It'll be a
conveyance.
separate one.
It would be
for-
a separate one.
Okay.
And then Wendy has an answer for the permit for the license itself.
Thank you. Go ahead, Wendy.
Okay, Wendy Berry, Director of Administrative Services. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. The animal drawn license is actually good for 5 years. So the new license is $753 and a renewal license is $547 for 5 years.
Just to clarify, if we agree, it's
Yes.
good for 5 years.
Yes.
Yes. And is that fee a one-time fee for the 5-year license?
Yes.
Okay.
But it is subject to the cost of living annually, the CPI.
If it's a one-time
But if
fee,
it's a
how would you
one-time
adjust
fee-
that?
Well, if somebody new comes in, then they would pay the CPI for the following year.
All right.
But the current ones, so if you were to approve it tonight, they would pay the $547 because it's renewal, and that's good for 5 years. But in 5 years, when you go to renew it again, they'll have to pay the CPI for those.
Compounded, but yeah, okay.
But that fee does not cover the cost of the encroachment.
No.
That's a totally separate issue.
Yeah.
And that's something that, recently dealt with related to some of the queuing that goes on in some of the more popular eating facilities in town.
We've made, exactly, Randy, thanks for bringing that up, because we've made a bunch of other changes to the queuing on streets to make sure we're not encroaching in other businesses. We need to make sure we've made huge work and huge strides on that, but now it's sort of confirming that every renewal of whatever it has done the reconciliation
And
of
that's
new
the,
code.
And that's the intention of the private encroachment, because the private encroachment is essentially becomes an agreement that's signed by the city and the applicant, and usually pinpoints exactly what the use is, exactly what the obligations are, et cetera. And so again, that's why the agreement's a little bit different than your standard encroachments that we issue on a daily basis.
I get it, Raphael, but you're making it sound like it's an off-the-books negotiation with no rules. So let's make sure there's a framework around it.
Well,
So if I might suggest approving the permit and then coming back with information about the encroachment process. But that way they can, because they haven't been able to operate since the
But that
other permit
encroachment
expired at the
process,
end of June.
oh, they haven't. Okay, so let's give them a temporary extension. Let's call it, I don't know, 2 months or whatever. And that encroachment language has to be in the license renewal, or we could amend it. Lawyer
I
can
would sug-
advise, lawyer can advise. What would you advise?
It looks
I
like Dave
guess
has a
I'm
comment.
having difficulty understanding what the issue is because there is a reference to issuance of an encroachment permit by the city engineer is required for the use of public right-of-way. Licensees shall obtain and annually renew an encroachment permit. Very similar to anyone else who's using public right-of-way, they have to get this permit. I'm not understanding what the concern is about the nature of the encroachment permit or the fee and so on that you are looking to tighten up in that language that is an exhibit to the resolution.
The encroachment, it's not clear what is being encroached, so you can't map it to the fee schedule.
But ultimately, that's true in any kind of encroachment. So, for example, if PG&E comes in and they say, we need to shut down First Street from X to Y, that is going to be subject to the encroachment at that period of time. It's not something necessarily that's going to be locked in here. As long as
But it
the
is locked in for 5 years, Dave, because we know exactly which space they use.
And that could change depending on the nature of traffic flow, depending on the nature of development in downtown. It is that today, but ultimately, if they changed the encroachment or reduced the encroachment or increased the encroachment, this permit condition requires them to get that encroachment permit, whatever the nature of the encroachment is. So to lock it in forecloses an increase or a decrease or a change in location, whereas the current language allows that flexibility should the need for the encroachment specifics change during the term of the permit.
Oh, okay, glad you pointed that out. But it does not include, should it include, our encroachment doesn't say anything about, encroachment fee doesn't list anything about parking spaces.
Generally, encroachment permits are a specific amount of territory. The fact that it's parking spaces, they're on the street, it's similar to encroachments for PG&E. They need to block off a portion of the street. So it's going to be described in the actual encroachment permit. The valuation of it, obviously, that's something that was set forth in the fee schedule. If you were going to lock that in here, there'd be some additional steps that you would want to do to amend the fee schedule to say this is an exception as granted by permit.
Okay, you've clarified. So it's really our fee schedule that needs to be updated because it's not specific enough for this example.
That's possible. I haven't looked at what the nature of the fee is that is for this specific type of encroachment, but that is something that would come up during the fee schedule discussion.
Well, we've had it. Maybe that's what needs to be amended. We did it in July.
For the encroachment?
The whole fee
the
schedule,
fee
which
schedules.
includes encroachment fees. Yeah.
Fee schedules are
Remember that
updated.
being- Okay.
Okay. Does that seem to alleviate most of your concerns? Ms.
Yeah, then it does. So let me revisit the fee. I may bring it up for another revisit or suggestion, but the routing, probably, I don't think we should, unless it's fun to have you back, Dave, our lawyer suggests a better alternative. But the routing, I think, is something that should be proposed or scenarioed.
You mean the alternate plan?
The alternate
The
routes,
alternate plan.
because we have had neighbors, and I know this is different from the electric to the horse-drawn, but it does have traffic impact during Yule Fest and things like that. It'd be good to know what those real options, can and cannot look like.
It does say that if they do deviate, they have to give this community development part 30 days, which is a sufficient amount of time for us to review with our partners in fire and police as well as public works, and then it's substantial. It's a significant. It's enough amount of time to then notify the neighbors if we need to, whether through door hangers or other things.
Do we have that process in our methodology do we notify neighbors?
Of route changes?
Yeah.
At this point, we do not. This again.
Okay, so let's make that a practice. Can I make that request? Because not related to the horse-drawn, but we have had the neighborhood
Let's
seems
stay
to
on
be.
point, though. I want to stay on
Yeah,
horse-drawn.
but it is on horse-drawn because we'll make
Okay.
that change here too, right? That we add notifications to the neighborhoods
I
if
don't
the
want-
routings change.
What would be the radius and what would be the parameters for notification?
Well, I think the radius would only be VMU, because isn't that only where we would put the horse-drawn?
Well, I think the current permit allows for various routings for special events, so it may or may not, with the approval of the Community Development Director, it says the animal drawn conveyance may use alternate routes from time to time for other events, special holidays, and so on. So it's not necessarily just the VMU. I could see, if there was, for example, a need to go from Lot 72 back to downtown, and that was a special use for a particular period. That might be something the Community Development Director could approve, but where would the notification be? Would it just be along that particular routing and on both sides of the street, or
Yeah,
within
I guess
300
let's
feet?
think generally about it. If it's in if there's residents affected, wherever the routing is in the city of Solvang, then we would include neighborhood notifications.
It would make a streamline just to say if routing is affect a new property that's not identified. That way, it's just a streamline, tells us to identify all the neighbors,
Right.
regardless of whether it's commercial or residential. And we have software that can
Sure.
do that,
Sure.
and it just makes life a lot easier.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And that's something that extremely amenable. So.
Mhm.
So
Very well.
I would suggest adding that to number 4 at the very end. Condition number 4. So
Yes, I agree.
okay.
Okay. But we don't know if that would be accepted by the licensor.
And again, we would be notifying
Okay.
the city staff would be notifying the residents, not the licensee.
No, I understand that, but I just want to make sure the conditions are adequate for the licensee of the.
I think the burden's on us to do the notification process, so, but the negotiation would
As a
still be.
condition, they have to approve it as well.
Well, they would
If they want
negotiate
to.
with the community development director what the new routing would be. Once that's decided or agreed to, then it's on us to notify.
Well, are we prepared to go ahead and issue this license or an extension? What's the pleasure? I would.
I think we resolved it. I think we resolved it because we'll have to go look at the fee schedule,
Well, then I'd-
not the license.
Right,
Then-
so
then,
we can approve the license.
Mhm.
And that's fine. That's what I think we should do.
I think this, as has been stated here, this is an iconic business and facility that we have. We treasure it, and I think we want to see it extended. And with that being said, I'll move to adopt Resolution 261331, approving the issuance of an animal drawn conveyance license for Horses Entertainment LLC.
Do you want to add the qualifier for
With-
condition 4?
With the qualifier of addition 4.
Yes, thank you.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 7B as modified. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona, absent. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0-1.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing all the horses, and we appreciate you. Okay. Pleasure. We are now moving to item 8A, as in Alpha. Would you read that into the record, please? Oh, yeah, let's, somebody send her back. I'll go get her. Maybe. Oh, did she? She wasn't kidding about the front row being all trolling
Yeah.
people, was she? I think the trolley's parked out front. Oh, man. Would you ask Miss Arona to rejoin us? Oh. She on her way?
Okay, let's see. No, not that.
Okay. Would you read item 8A into the record, please?
UBEC report out and direction to begin working with LAFCO to explore modification of the city's sphere of influence.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'll bring this item to you this evening. And so just to go over the purpose of what UBEC is. So here's the purpose of tonight's items is to report out our UBEC committee and its series of meetings over the last few months. The second one is to direct city staff to begin the process of requesting a modification to the sphere of influence. This allows a pre-application meeting with the Santa Barbara County LAFCO or Local Area Formation Committee for the SOI only. Just so we're all on the same page, no map has been chosen or developed. Areas identified for potential SOI amendments have been identified but not explored, and there is no annexation application or request that has been received. So that an annexation is essentially trying to get into the city limits. So I just want to make those clarification of the two. And the second one is to direct city staff to codify the urban growth boundary and clarify certain items. So essentially develop a policy for formal acceptance of potential annexation applications, as well as formally codify the urban growth boundary. So those are, that is the purpose of tonight's items. So sort of working now backwards. So what is UBEC? UBEC is the Urban Boundary Exploration Committee, which was established by the direction of the City Council in November of 2025. The purpose of this committee was to examine Solvang's long-term growth options. That includes the urban growth boundary itself, or the UGB, future housing obligations under state law, and the limited availability of infill development opportunities within our existing city limits. The UBEC committee consisted of 13 members of our community, all ranging from various walks of life. And of that, 2 planning commissioners and 2 city council members were a part of this committee. So to give you an idea of what we are talking about, again, we are talking about 2 vastly different boundaries. The first one is the actual city limits, and that's in black. The second one is what's called the sphere of influence, or the SOI, and that's in blue. The parcels that you see in gray on your screen, those are parcels that are outside of the city limits, but within our sphere of influence. So what that means is these are parcels that are in unincorporated Santa Barbara County. But if there's an action, an entitlement action that comes before the county, the city is notified, and the city has a chance to have an opinion on potential development of those parcels. So the UBEC format, we had a series of 5 meetings that we completed starting in April. And we first started off with a background in state housing requirements. So what is an urban growth boundary? What is a sphere of influence? What is a city limit? We actually went back into the time machine and went to talk about our original urban growth boundary. It actually was growth management proposal that was a part of the city for quite some time. In the second meeting, we went over the annexation and the LAFCO process. Again, LAFCO stands for Local Area Formation Committee. We did have LAFCO come into that meeting and give a PowerPoint presentation, as well as have committee members ask questions. And sort of as this reminder that the committee and the meetings were open to the public. The third meeting dealt with the infrastructure, our fiscal and community considerations. So what would happen with the infrastructure, specifically water and wastewater, our roads, as well as our public parks. The 2 meetings after that, or the meeting after that was in June, and discussed sort of these growth alternatives and whether we go in, out, up, down, left, right. And then finally, our final meeting in July, we discussed final deliberation. So what was the conclusion of the committees? The conclusion of the committee was to proactively plan for future growth and to maintain local control. Again, we can only maintain our local control in which the boundary we control of. Nearly all committee members, and it's not all of them, and wasn't unanimous, supported including expansion of the city boundaries as a part of a long-term growth strategy. but also many members wish to continue to explore infill opportunities. So that is looking at ways we can develop what remaining vacant parcels we have in the city, and how do we go about whether it's accommodating our future RHNA numbers, which RHNA stands for Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or economic development. And finally, the direction for the city to pursue expansion of the sphere of influence through LAFCO to preserve our future planning options and local decision-making authority. So again, as I mentioned in the earlier slide, those gray areas, while we don't control those parcels in our city limit, we do have a little bit of a say in potential development of them. So this isn't just about housing. This is really about twofold. It's housing, infrastructure, and our economic development. And sort of as a reminder to the council that our infill development can only go so far. And really what we're speaking to is what our future RHNA cycle is looking at. So we do have a few developable lots that remain. This council went through a very difficult rezone process of 3 sites in the city. And it more than likely will have to go through another rezone process for the next RHNA cycle, but we don't know what that will look like and what those numbers will be. Zoning and low-hanging fruit has been completed to accommodate housing development and target new business growth in the village. So what does that look like? Well, in this instance, we looked at setbacks, we looked at lot coverage, we did away with some additional regulations in the village to incubate business growth within the village. And so what we consider in planning as the low-hanging fruit, that's already been done. So your next step is tougher infill decisions loom for the RHNA cycle. And so what do those look at? But what do those kind of look like? Well, those look like parking regulations. So specifically, do we incentivize additional infill development by eliminating parking regulations for residences? The second one is building heights. It's a very touchy issue. In order to accommodate infill development, we would really have to take a serious look at our building heights and whether or not 35 feet is as tall as we can go, or do we have to go taller to accommodate that increase in residential density? And finally, increase lot coverage. And that's another one that's, we did increase the lot coverage, but we haven't really maxed that because again, we still want to be able to see some green space, some open space in our parcels. But those are sort of the 3 things that are just a lot more tougher decision to go that comes with infill development. And again, diversification of our local economy to be less reliant on tourism. I know Randy noted this, earlier this evening about having, the highest TOT in June ever. But again, as tourism may decline, as we've seen in 2020 with Corona-19 and the pandemic, being less reliant on tourism is pretty key to economic diversification, specifically looking at what of our economic incubators in our community. And we look towards Vandenberg as a big partner in that, as they are going to be expanding their operations over the next several years. So knowing all that, we have to ask ourselves, what is a sphere of influence amendment? And so this is outlined in your staff report. It's not an overnight process, and it's not something that's done in the dark, meeting behind closed doors. So it first starts off with a pre-application meeting with SB LAFCO. We will need to retain a consultant to complete the required work based on that application meeting, and obviously come in and check in with the council to ensure that's the direction we want to go. And then it does require submittal of an application and any associated fees. LAFCO reviews that application for completeness, so very similar to what our developers do with us. LAFCO does it with us as the city as the applicant, so we do this little back and forth dance of making sure we have all the required information. And then we are required to review for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. And then there is what's called an updated municipal service review. So we've recently gone through, or LAFCO has recently gone through, updating that municipal service review. It's a rather lengthy document. So they would have to update that again, or we update it through our dime. And then finally, public hearings for both LAFCO and the city. And then the final approval actually is left to LAFCO. So it's not necessarily a city decision that we can expand our SOI willy-nilly. We do have to take this to LAFCO for final approval. So during all these points, there's a substantial amount of check-ins with the public, with the council. And so again, it is very much a public process, and it's a lengthy process at that. So as a part of UBEC, there were areas that were identified as potential areas to expand our boundary. So the areas that you see in red are areas that were potentially identified to expand the boundary. But again, as a reminder, nothing's been laid out in stone in terms of where we're going to go. These are just areas that were identified by UBEC, particularly areas to the west. There is that one circle area that you see on our screen. That area is actually our wastewater treatment plant, which for whatever reason is not in our sphere of influence, nor is it in our city limit. So that's something that if we go through this exercise, we almost have to make sure that it's in our SOI at minimum. And then again, areas to the north, and then areas to sort of that southeast. So again, there's nothing definitive on the map, but again, these are just the areas that were identified as part of the UBEC process. And finally, as a part of that process, establishing guiding principles. We've gone through a very elaborate general plan process for about for almost 3 years. This essentially needs to do the same thing. And so UBEC, as a part of the report out, was to establish how any future annexation or development be guided by these principles to preserve our character, as well as provide tangible community benefits. And I think that's the big difference between what we're doing now versus what was tried in the past, is sort of establishing these guiding principles, and one being promoting housing diversity, not just putting it in the backs of high density residential, but also diversification of housing, whether it's missing middle, whether it's single family residential, executive housing, et cetera. Having that diversity would be key. Securing additional water resources. So as a part of any annexation, that is something we definitely would need to look into, is securing those water resources. Expanding our infrastructure, that includes parks, trails, as well as preserving greenbelts, or establishing greenbelts for that matter. So this is something where any future planning isn't just a resolution. It's not just it's not just words on a piece of paper. It's actually executing and implementing. So as a part of any master planning effort, if you're looking to dedicate open space for a future greenbelt, then you do that as a part of that process. Supporting economic diversification, as I mentioned earlier, this isn't just about housing, but it's also an economic development. How do we go about moving away from tourism as our main driver? How do we incubate and tier off of some of our major employers in the region? And how do we bring those jobs, good paying jobs, to the city? And finally, ensuring that future development is fiscally neutral or beneficial to the city. And this is really key for any annexation as we move forward. Ensuring that our taxpayers that are existing here don't necessarily pay for new roads that are in this new annexed area, or going through a landscape and lighting district, which ultimately costs city staff a substantial amount of time. So again, having that guiding principle that it is either fiscally neutral or beneficial to the city in some way, shape, or form. So we do have a recommendation motion this evening, and that is to move to receive and file the UBEC report that's provided tonight. It was done in partnership with Tri Pepe Smith, who is on the call tonight, and also direct city staff to initiate the LAFCO process in order to amend Solvang's sphere of influence, and also to return to the City Council with draft policies that will clarify requirements for applications that request future annexations of the city, as well as codification of the UGB. And so with that, I will open up to council for any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for?
Raphael, the map with the red circles, can you just tell us why, how we went from that version to the current proposed SOI?
So again, there's no proposed SOI.
Oh, I thought the map was supposed to be the...
No, it was just the areas identified for potential sphere expansion. That's it. Are you talking about our existing SOI?
Is that what this is?
That map, yes, that's our existing SOI. So that's what's in the books today.
Up to Quail Valley, and, okay, so I misunderstood what that was. But we never got a version of that in our packet.
Yes, it is.
No, not that one, the red one.
Yes, that one's not in your packet, so that's
So
great.
those are the real potentials that we're going after, is that?
that is, again, it starts with the pre-application. And really, the pre-application sets the ground rules for what LAFCO is looking for and what we need to analyze. And then it is envisioned to take something to keep UBEC alive and go through the actual process of seeing where we want to expand our SOI. What are the areas that make sense? What are the areas that may or may not make any more sense to be a part
How
of
does the decision get made? What is the new boundary?
What is that?
How will the process that we go through next, if we approve it or give you that direction, how is it decided what the new sphere of influence boundary looks like? What is that?
So it's a process between this council. Again, we're trying to continue UBEC, so UBEC would be involved, and then through other public meetings. So what is are you looking for? So why criteria, or what are we looking for in terms of SOI, or?
We go to LAFCO, and what do they say yes to? I mean, I guess I don't know how the boundary gets defined.
So LAFCO, again, it's a pre-application process. So LAFCO basically tells us, hey, if you want to apply to amend your SOI, these are the steps you need to bring forth. And so then we would go through an RFP process. Before that, we'd obviously tell the council what those steps would be involved, go through a RFP process to get a consultant. And then as a part of that RFP, they would include a task to essentially begin alternatives for amending the map.
Give us, if you would, an example. If if there's a new proposed development on the other side of the city limits, which is not in our SOI, what would that look like? And what would it be different if it was within our SOI?
So if there's a proposed development that's not currently in our SOI, so for hypotheticals, let's go ahead and point to this area down here.
We can't see anything, Raphael. Oh, okay.
There you go. So hypothetically, there's a proposed development there. The county doesn't have to notify us of the development, in theory. They do out of just, good partners. But, aside from that, there's not much we can do or say. And we can provide input, we can provide comments, we can, review and analyze whatever docs there are. But ultimately, again, it's a process that's done in the county, with the city not really involved. As a part of our SOI, it's a different story. We can take that because that type of amendment, it's a little bit more, or that type of project would likely require some sort of amendment to the unincorporated counties document for the valley. So it's a little bit more onerous, but again, it would be a little bit more weighted consideration in terms of what, that we can come back and say, well, this is planned for future growth for whatever the city had planned for in the future. And so there's a little bit more weight to it versus just being not even in our SOI. And again, it's planned for future growth. And as stated in the UBEC report, we haven't amended our SOI since incorporation.
Thank you. Crickets. Well, first of all,
I don't think I understood, but the answer.
Well, I will say that I want to thank everybody that was on the UBEC committee and the inputs, and I found it very enlightening and educational for sure. Like you said, nothing's been done since we incorporated, and most of our SOI is indeed the current city limit boundary. So expanding that is, like you said, first step. And I think as I was explaining to somebody earlier today, the reason that this committee was adopted or rallied was the forthcoming RENA numbers that we can anticipate as a mandate from the state. And so call it somewhat of a preemptive strike. What will we do when those numbers come in, and how will we deal with it? So we know it will. But now let's plan for that and let's have a strategy. So that was if you will, the genesis of this whole conversation. So, other questions? If not, we'll open it up. Public comment.
A simple question, just to clarify the process. We have to do the SOI step before we can do any change, either modification to the, an annexation to the city boundary or modification to our urban growth boundaries.
Correct. You either have to do it
That is the
before.
order of
Correct. You have to do it before, or conversely, you could do it concurrently when you have, if an application is before you. A great example was Buellton. Buellton has an SOI, and they have a very similar urban growth boundary measure that we have. They voted to annex property that was already in their sphere of influence. So it very much is the precursor. It is, as a planner, it pains me that we didn't do this as a part of our general plan update, that we didn't ask.
We didn't have the foresight. Yeah. We had the pressure. We had a lot of pressure. No excuses, but the focus was really intense on a very specific task.
Correct. But a general plan update for that magnitude really needs to look at, and it did, it looked at 2040, but also needs to look at beyond that and set us up in a way that needs to be set up. So we are doing that now. And as Mayor Brown had mentioned, it is sort of that first strike, because it does really need to take a look at what in the future, because what, if any, are we potentially may grow out? And what do we want to be able to bring into our fold? And properly plan, not just on a willy-nilly 1 off, 2 off, 3 off.
What does it obligate us to have more of a sphere of influence perimeter?
What do you?
What is it obligating the city to do? Anything? We have to provide, I thought there was some comment about
That's a part.
Are we obligated to provide services, or that's only when we formally annex?
That's only when we formally annex. And that's part of the municipal service review. And that is why that is there, the MSR. It acts as sort of that precursor, because if you read through our MSR, and again, it recently was updated, LAFCO did a wonderful job of sort of encapsulating what our current services are, what it takes to run our city, et cetera. That MSR essentially asks that question of, hey, if the city were to expand, what would it take? And it allows us to properly then plan for those expansions and properly do a land use planning, whether it's specific plan, master plan, et cetera, exercise, to then be able to provide the numbers that really speaks to these guiding principles that have been developed, particularly that last one, and where it's got to be cost neutral or beneficial to the city. And I'm a firm believer that a development that goes out and expands out, there has to be something back to the city, and it can't cost us more to bring in. It's got to be revenue neutral.
And keep in mind that this is a step one. There's landmines all along the way that could stop this at any given time. The least of which is a vote of the citizens of Solvang. So, with only 1 or 2 exceptions to that, but it would end up coming to a vote if there were annexation, if it got that far.
And again, one of the things we're asking for is to return back is codifying the urban growth boundary, get that in our books versus just a measure, and also getting the policy language and that's incorporated in there to really ask that question. Because right now, if an applicant were to come today to our counter and ask for an application for annexation, we don't really have a process set up for that. And we don't have any directives or principles or policies that say, okay, if you want to annex, you got to do these 5 things. even just acknowledging that is a big step forward in providing a framework for something to happen, whether it's voted on or not.
Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, I have public comment. Mr. Beebe, Dennis Beebe, you're up. That's the only slip I have. If there's any others, let me know. And also raise your hand in Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. Dennis Beebe, Solvang. As a member of the UBEC, I just want to give you some perspective of this member. Obviously, there's other members on the dais, and there's other members in the audience tonight. I'm in favor of planning and not reacting, but in fact, RENA, or the threat of RENA, was the biggest elephant in the room for every meeting. I agree, housing isn't everything, but it sure seemed to be driving the worry, and I agree that there's very little wiggle room via infill, So I agree that we must consider expansion of the city boundaries to accommodate, unfortunately, to accommodate state mandates. I don't agree it must be in our future plan, in other words, expanded city boundaries. I agree we must consider it. That's my engineering background. I got to look and evaluate options. I would say that the UBEC had very little data, very little requirements were presented to us where we could consider how much acreage should we consider. That was not the detail that we were tasked to do. So, and we know that this map that Raphael just showed you, I guess it's not in your packet. We didn't make that map. We never saw it, showing the areas that we had pointed to during the meeting. We pointed to directions, and we didn't have much data at all as far as expanding the SOI this way or that way or that way. We honestly didn't. The only data that I remember was Parks and Recs got up and said, we don't currently meet the state requirements for, I don't know, what is it, acreage per population. That was data, but that was the only data we had. So it's a lot of feelings and druthers and ignorance, unfortunately. However, I hope that we'll be called back to be with you during this planning process, because I certainly don't want to go through this reactionary panic when the state mandate comes down again in about 6 years. I'm with you. We got a plan. We got to consider expansion of the city boundaries for lots of reasons, not just housing, but in fact, that's the elephant in the room.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Nancy Emerson. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're unmuted. Go ahead. Thank you, Nancy.
I'm Nancy Emerson, a Solvang resident for 26 years. I was on the UGB Initiative Committee, and I was involved with Buellton's recent UGB renewal, which included 2 substantial spheres of influence, and I did support those. My comments include some suggested corrections before adoption of the Urban Growth Boundary Report and a few opinions. 1, required tax sharing negotiations with the county were mentioned on page 5, but not on page 8's facts. I assume the group agreed that that was a fact and it should be included. 2, information about SB CAG housing allocations does not reflect the fact that not only projected an existing household population, but also forecast and existing jobs are considered when SB CAG develops each 8-year housing allocation. Solvang's next allocation numbers may increase, and it's hard to know how much it was. I thought a little too positive that there probably wouldn't be much change. And there are several typos on page 22 through 29 that change the meaning of those phrases. And I submitted that information to staff this afternoon. Now to opinion. Shouldn't the existing spheres of influence and whether or not to annex them be discussed as part of this study process? The western sphere is zoned industrial, and it is logical to go ahead and annex it if the property owners are willing. Our city industrial zone is not yet optimally developed. And we need to see how doing those two things might improve the city's income before going to new industrial spheres. The Janet Acres Quail Valley sphere is residential. Do those property owners wish to be annexed? They're already part of the Sandy Inez Township. If you want new spheres, might it be wise to let go of that one? My opinion, based on earlier citizen reaction to a large sphere of influence explored by a previous council, is that if you propose extensive adoption of new spheres of influence, residents will be concerned, given current traffic and other problems with which we deal. There may be valid reasons to explore a small new western sphere for housing and water, but it is also important to retain as much prime ag land and open space as possible, and it helps define our tourist attracting village character. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in Zoom? Okay, we have another volunteer to, did you have a comment? Yeah. This is the time. Come up to the podium, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Hank Homburg, Solvang resident. This is just an opinion on this. It seems like the push for this is from these people, the administrative staff that want a bigger sphere of influence because Solvang needs a new city hall, according to them. We got to get bigger. We got to get more modern. We got to get this, that. The reality is Solvang is a small little town that you guys work for. There are 6,200 people that, or 6,200 people that live here. It's not an industrial city. It's a smokeless city that's based on tourism, and it's always going to be that way. And you guys are pondering this before we're even pondering or addressing the wastewater treatment situation that two councils have been talking about. It's not even done yet. It's not even close to being done. I think we got $1 million from Salud or something for a grant. Well, where's the other 28 million? Maybe it's 40 million now. I don't know. Nobody's talking about it. So I just hope the administration of the city, the people that make up the city administrators and the city employees understand that this is a small town you work for. It's not going to be a growing metropolitan municipality. It's a small town. It's a tourist town. That's what it is. Okay? And I just want to clarify that. And we have issues right now that aren't being addressed, like that wastewater treatment center and our roads and infrastructure. It's a mess. And now I'm going to talk about Friedensborg Canyon too, but that's coming up. You know, let's take care of our situation now before the state tells us, hey, we need diversified housing, which means low-income housing, tons of it. That's what they want. They want people here that are dependent on us. So, you know, let's take care of what we have now first and get our ducks in a row before we start talking about sphere of influences and building new boundaries. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers for this subject? All right. I'll bring it back to the dais and close it to public comment. Any questions or action items?
I actually appreciate Hank's comments, but I see things just very similarly, but with a different twist. The state is mandating things on us as a city that we have no choice but to respond. If we were not the city and we were unincorporated, we would have more flexibility. At least we'd be part of the county. We could look elsewhere to find affordable housing. These pressure points are on us because we're a small city, a very small city. You might argue, like I think about this all the time, the wastewater treatment plant is extremely expensive. It's infrastructure that was built many years ago with some foresight from, city developers and founding fathers, but does a city of our size, we run at less than 50% of that wastewater treatment plant capacity. I don't know if that's well known, but we don't use it all. We don't use the capacity that we have because we're a small city. Yet we have this piece of infrastructure that we have to maintain and rebuild. So these things that are forced on us because we're a tiny city sort of says, well, it's incongruous, the things that are asked of us as a small city. We should have bigger denominators for things like water rates and RENA numbers and wastewater treatment capacities, denominators being the number of residents and the number of households, and we don't. So that's why things end up being expensive for us. So what do you do when you're a small city being mandated to do big city things? That's our dilemma.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Let's take some action or even no action is action.
I'll move to, what is the motion? I'll make the motion.
We're supposed to receive and file the UBAC
Receive and
report.
file, and direct city staff to initiate the LAFCO process in order to amend the Solvang sphere of influence and return to council draft policies that will clarify the requirements for the applications that request future annexations to the city.
I'll second that.
And I'll just underscore, it gives us options. It's not definitive, but this move gives us flexible options.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. The only thing I would add to that motion is if you'd make edits as per our speaker Nancy for those detailed items.
Yes, we did receive that, and I really appreciate Nancy to combing through that one last time as an extra set of eyes.
Thank you. Very well. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Our clerk has left, and so we promoted our attorney
Well, here we go.
to finish out the evening.
I'm just going to go this way because it's Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. See, that's easy. Even an attorney can do it.
You're hired.
Okay. Don't get me started with attorney jokes. We're going to move on to item 8B. Would you read that into the record, please? Or I'll read it into the record. Discussion of Friedensburg Canyon Road Municipal Multipurpose Trail Public Survey Results. Staff report.
Good evening, Council. So this is not the final report. This is just for the survey results. I just wanted to clarify that for you all. Earlier this year, we did a public survey to get community feedback regarding the Friedensburg Canyon multipurpose trail and the potential for converting the road from a two-way to a one-way traffic to accommodate the trail without building a retaining wall. And so the survey was conducted earlier this year. There was 693 total responses to the survey, which considering the fact that the population of Solvang is 6,126, it's more than 10% of the probably our general population responded. So we had a really great response rate.
Were those unique? There wasn't multiple people who were the same?
Yeah, so
They're unique responses?
those were all unique responses,
Good,
but
thank you.
I think what you're alluding to is we dug further into the survey and looked at the IP addresses, which is kind of the unique locations where the surveys come from. And about 30% of the surveys were done in the same, possibly household or, location where with the same IP address. But, over 68% were their own unique responses. So that's still pretty a high number of responses that we received. And in looking at that information and going more into the IP addresses, it was interesting that there were occasions where the IP address, they were kind of like a split household on, not on whether the road should be a one-way or a two-way, but really more about the trail itself. So as far as the results go for the survey itself, I'll just kind of go into that a little bit more for you. The question number 1, are you in favor of the multi-purpose trail proposed along the segment? 33% said yes, 62% said no. How often do you anticipate using it? 21% said often, 13% said sometimes, 16% rarely, 48% never. But then, do you think the segment of Friedensburg Canyon should be converted to a one-way operation? And 90%, over 90% said no. And so, in the analysis, if you look at the questions 1 and 7, the data strongly suggests that the low support of the trail, question 1, was heavily skewed by the high unpopularity of the one-way. So I think that although I think the support of the trail is actually higher than what we're seeing here because people were frustrated by the one-way, and so they were no all the way across the board when it came to the survey itself. In addition, as far as how people are using Friedensburg Canyon, several people, over 50% of the population is using it on almost a daily basis, or those who took the survey. And the majority of the transportation is vehicles, although, 21% pedestrians, 16% bicycles, which is significant. And as I talked to community members about this, which was this was a very popular thing for me to talk about on nights and weekends. People were generally in support of the trail, but everybody was a hard no on the one-way, and mostly because it's, as you can see in question 5, it's used as a bypass. 65% of the community uses it to bypass the downtown area, and for commuting, 38%, drop-offs, 14%, which coincide with, when you look at our radar sign information, you can see the peaks and valleys, and that's, school drop-off and after work. So people are using it as a commuting avenue. Nobody had real concerns with the current configuration. About half of the population were somewhat in support of speed humps. That has been an idea that has been brought up before by residents to quell some of the speeding along that road. The majority of those who took the responses from question 9, were people immediately impacted by that road. So that's Skip Mesa residents, that's Creekside, Viborg, Chalk Hill, downtown. There were also neighboring communities that did participate. And then the other comments in general for question 10 were basically just kind of the analysis of just in general what people were saying. And, they were concerned about safety, they were concerned about fire evacuation, should it turn into a one-way, delayed for the ambulances and things like that. They were also frustrated with the overall, just concern about traffic. Like we hear, the number one concern, at least on the public works side, specifically for what I do, is traffic in the community. So partially eliminating the bypass in this area was not seen as favorable. People also brought up that you would have more people go through the school, and you'd have to go over Alisell Road, which has a little bit of a 90-degree bend up at the top there, which isn't easy to navigate. And then, the speed humps, as I had mentioned. And then, they brought up, that they'd like to see more less focus on studies and more focus on, real road repairs and things like that. So, and then, a group of people did express, that that they are totally in support of a safe walking path, provided it doesn't eliminate the ability for the vehicle lanes to remain in both directions. So after reviewing all of this survey information, I felt like we did have an opportunity to choose to continue to move forward and close out this report itself, or and all task items, 1 through 4. Or I called the consultants and I was like, since you guys haven't moved forward on task 4, is there an opportunity, should the council decide not to move forward with the 15, it's like the finished development of the 15% site plan and cost estimates for both the one-way and the retaining wall options, to fully complete the contract itself. Would you be amicable to relinquishing that task 4? And they said, of course, whatever the council decides, we're willing to stand by that. So now that we've gone through this exercise with the survey itself, I just wanted to mention that task 4 for the cost estimating in the site plan is still something that needs to be done, and there's an opportunity, should the council decide to not move forward with that, to reabsorb that direct savings of $15,000, $440 for the proposed services. And, I will say that through this process, it's been a ride, but it's been good because I'm just overwhelmed by the level of participation from the community. If they get behind something or interested in something, how many people come out to provide feedback to us. And so I'm super excited about more survey opportunities, and I think we'll be able to, with AI and other elements, be able to really kind of dig deeper into this data. And I know you guys are always interested in data, but, going through 693 responses is a lot. But it's also, it's pretty clear now, nobody wants the one-way. But I think it kind of opens up, it just made my brains just start going crazy about, what about these trails, and what about these parks, and what about these parking lots, and all of the things that, as members of the community have spoke tonight, like, it makes me curious, like, what control do we have as administration and as council members, and pairing that with what our requirements are by the state with what the community wants. I think we have a great community that is very interested in providing feedback to us to guide us. So that's the bright side of all of the results and communication that I've had with the community about this.
Well, I find it to be statistically significant. So I think you passed that hurdle, Yeah, any questions that you,
Yeah. First, my compliments on the report. That was a tremendous amount of data and laid out in a very easily readable format. This was terrific, I think. And it's obvious to me from the responses that we need to get rid of the idea of a one-way. Okay, so that's out. What isn't obvious to me, because the wall was part of this task 4, apparently. So I'm hearing that we're going to have horrendous rains coming up. If we have that, and that unfinished hill on the side of Friedensborg is going to slush mud all the way across the street, I presume. I haven't heard anything that it seems to want to protect us from that or correct that. Have anything that Tetra Tech's done studied that or looked at that or asked about that?
So the 15% here is kind of enough to get us to a point where had we wanted to move forward, just kind of give us some estimates for costs, or like pie in the sky planning costs for one or the other option. They haven't looked into, right now, until this report was finished, they haven't continued on their main design task, which is to design the multipurpose trail. And so within that design, they would do the retaining wall. But say tomorrow you gave us the go-ahead to, even, I mean, I can't imagine, even if we didn't have the go-ahead to do the construction like by tomorrow, there's no way I don't even know if we could build the retaining walls in time for this winter. So it's,
Do we have a problem?
well, I mean, or maybe, I'm going to be optimistic and say that those giant oak trees are going to hold everything back. No, if something happens and there is a landslide, maybe that's one less oak tree that we have to remove for the retaining wall. I don't know, but we don't have currently a plan to do any slope remediation along Friedensburg Canyon in preparation for this fall, this
So
winter.
if that happens, we're going to lose access to Friedensburg altogether, potentially?
Yeah, well, until the road is cleaned up, yes.
Yeah, however that long thing.
Right.
Thank you very much.
any other questions? Okay,
I just have a comment. So the summary is 90.48% oppose a one-way operation, and I'm not exaggerating when I say like a quarter of this report, double printed, is the actual survey responses. 700 people responding is like a fantastic reminder that, that on occasion we can do something really stupid, and give us a great opportunity to correct ourselves. So I think, but the fact that we got so many responses, I didn't read every one of them, but there are some actually really good feedback in here, right? There's good data just to remind you that like the public who lives this every day have solid feedback for us, and it's good for us to hear. So I just want to, there was a question that came from reading a few of these comments. It's pretty clear this part of Friedenberg is used as a thoroughfare. We can't ignore that anymore. It is a artery for our city. Altering that is going to affect people's, routing or wayfinding or pathing through the town. We've been told that the clear input is put speed bumps in. But there was another comment that was sort of like, this used to be a country road. People walked their horses down, 2-lane or small country road that no one used. And it got me thinking, well, okay, why don't we force that section of our road, not to stop being a thoroughfare, but to force it to be slower and smaller and narrower and controlled in the way, or designed in a different route, way the turns are. You made the point that Alisal turn is a 90-degree turn up at Upper Alisal. It forces you to slow down. So is there something that Tetra Tech could continue to do to provide alternatives to how to slow that traffic down? There are studies that say if you narrow the road to, say, 10 feet per lane, it reduces miles per hour by a few magnitudes, a few percentage points. And those are federal studies, and we can point to examples in Santa Barbara and Santa Maria that have done that with good effect. So that's the question. Can we ask them to re-scope a little bit? What can be done to redesign the roadway that slows people down? Don't change the thoroughfare, just make them more conscious of speed.
Police cars?
That's another can for another day. And police are only there intermittently, even when we have an agreement. I'm looking for something that is a daily habit changing modification.
All right.
I think they could look at it. I would say that from my own experience, that the main things, like you said, the road diet, that's an option. Speed humps are an option, as well as, like you mentioned, the 90-degree, basically making people pay attention by putting things in the road, for them to go around and things like that is definitely a way to slow the speed down. I also want to, this is a public service announcement. We're talking about the people who use this. The people who use this are residents. And so I encourage all residents to slow down. That's myself included, I get kind of a lead foot sometimes, especially when the roads look as good as they do now. No, just kidding. But I mean, it's really important. We have to have a culture of just take a deep breath and slow down, because all of these other costs beyond the painting of, doing some minor striping is still a significant cost. But I mean, it's up to the council of what you guys would like, and I'm sure they, I can discuss with them about taking the remainder of the funds and giving us options for what we could do on the road as far as speed control. And I can also look into, I think Roger Olds, the previous Public Works Director, had done a local road safety plan, and so I can look into that plan and see what recommendations there were for Friedensburg Canyon and provide that to the council.
I would just emphasize we should look at this part of the road as a thoroughfare. That if we can't, and we don't have control of Mission yet, but we do have control of this. So if we say this thoroughfare that is, the community clearly is highly sensitized to it, they use it, we need to make it. We need to improve it. We need to focus on it. And part of that improvement is to make it safer. And if part of making it safer means slowing people down by how we've designed the roadway, this is our opportunity to do it.
Okay. I think we'll open it up to public comment. I have one speaker slip for Hank Hamburg. Hamburg, excuse me.
First off, I want to thank you guys for having that survey out. I told everybody that I knew in Skip Mesa and Chalk Hill and Viborg to fill it out. But anyway, I just want to say, first off, thanks for the survey. I think it's pretty evident that it is a thoroughfare now. I think there's only like 12 or 13 homes on Friedensborg that before it turns to Viborg versus the high-density apartments on Laurel, Maple, Alisal, and of course the school, the junior high school, and the school. That's just, a lot of people, and it is a lot of people that live in Skip Mesa, Chalk Hill area that use Friedensborg, but it's also a lot of people that commute into town from Lompoc that work into the St. Inez Valley area at the ranches and stuff too, that take that road because they take the back way, Chalk Hill at the Ballard Canyon to Buellton. So that's another popular thoroughfare. But I appreciate the survey. I just want to say I'm in support of upgrading it if you'd like. The trail, I think, is a good idea. I'm one of the people that think the trail is a good idea, but also to keep it two-way. As far as Friedensborg in general, it's still a huge fire hazard with overgrown trees and canopy. I hope it never burns. But yeah, that's another issue. And then the speeding, of course, is all over town because we don't have speed enforcement. We have one deputy and he's not certified to issue any speeding tickets. He has been sitting on Viborg and Friedensborg occasionally to give out stop sign tickets for rolling stops, but he cannot do speeding. So unless we augment our contract with the sheriff's department, or if we go to Lompoc or whatever, we should definitely have some type of speed enforcement in our cafeteria contract with the sheriff's department or Lompoc PD if we go that direction, because we have absolutely no speed enforcement in the city right now. So again, thank you, Paris, Miss Paris, is that your last name? Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And also Chalk Hill being redone recently when they did the asphalt. They had extra asphalt and they laid it on Chalk Hill, which really needed it. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay. Yeah, I don't have a speaker slip, but come on up. Share with us. You want to speak, Ron? Okay. Why don't you, no, Ron, you're on deck. You're after this gentleman. Go ahead.
I also want to thank the Public Works Department for all of their work on this, and I appreciate their willingness to ask all the people in Solvang, not just the people living on Friedensborg Canyon Road, and I appreciate that very much. I will say that I'm 80 years old, and a QR code is a strange thing to me, and I'm impressed with the answers, given that a lot of the people up there have the same issues about how to manage this modern communication process. So I really appreciate that. That means that 600 and whatever is even more impressive for all the people who figured out how to answer the survey with or without that. I did want to say that I think this speeding thing, I'd like to know what the definition of speeding is there, because I lived in Alisal on the curve at the 90 degree, and I guarantee they speed all the time and it does not slow them down. I know for a fact, I sat there for 5 years and it passed right past my window. So that is maybe a myth that it slows them down. I will say that on Friedensborg Canyon, narrowing it would create more potential for accidents, and we might look at the accident record to see if there actually is an accident record in Friedensborg based upon what we have there. I know it's inconvenient to speed and it's dangerous. I'm against that. I also tried to drive 25 miles an hour, and it's really hard. If you ever tried to drive 10 to 15 to 20 miles an hour, it's difficult. Now, if speeding means 27, 28, 29, yes, that's speeding, but that's not the same thing as people going 30 plus, which I think is very dangerous. And the other thing is we have deer on Friedenborg Canyon. That if you want roadblocks, there's a speed bump potential, as well as, of course, fallen trees and people walking along the sides. I will suggest, however, that this organization look at that 90 degrees on Alisal, because it's got the same safety issue for walkers and bikers as Friedenborg Canyon, and there's 6 to 8 times more people travel that than travel Friedenborg. So that's equally dangerous. If we're going to fix something, let's also work on that. And I'm one of those people who absolutely does not want one way, but I very much support the safety of people walking on Friedenborg Canyon and anywhere else, whatever we can do, but not by making it more difficult for the traffic to travel up there. I mean, the speed bumps I can handle, especially, if they're not those kind that make your car fall apart every time you go over them. But basically, I think the idea of what is speeding is important. The idea of what we need to do to manage that is we got to be flexible but not inconvenience your thoroughfare traffic. That is a very important route for most of us, especially if you're going to the hospital or someplace like that. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Ron Jones. I've lived here in Solvang on Friedensburg Canyon in the stretch of the road in question for the past 26 years. My greatest fear tonight is that the council will decide this is such a big problem, we're just going to let it slide again. That is my biggest fear. So many people here in Solvang do use it as a way to get from point A to point B. I get that. But I'm one of the residents in those 12 homes. It's actually more. There's Adobe Hill and some others that cut off of Friedensburg. But for us that live there, imagine living in a place here within the city limits where you ask yourself each and every time that you wanted to go take a walk out of your own house onto the street, whether it's safe, or whether you wanted to get on your bike and go into town on your bike, and you thought, man, is it safe? My fear is that the council will just say, this is too hard a problem to deal with. It's too expensive. The hill may slide down in the next rain. People want to have the two-way road. Whatever it is, please, please, finally, let something be done to try to work with this situation. 26 years we have waited, and nothing has happened in 26 years. Please let this be the time to change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom or anybody else in the room that wishes to speak? Dennis.
I'm not on Zoom and I'm not really prepared, but
We have one more speaker. Please.
My name is Dennis Bales, and I too live on Friedensburg Canyon, 26 years. The traffic has gotten worse. I've been complaining for 26 years, okay? And I can't, I've talked to other city managers, and my 26 years ago, 25 years ago, I was requesting the speed bumps, and I was told that it wasn't possible because of the emergency traffic, emergency vehicles that need to use that road. But I'm pleading, I'm begging, please do something sooner and don't put this off. You mentioned the hill sliding down. Where the retaining wall needs to be built is not where the hill's sliding, okay? We're right across the street from where the hill is that slid and had all the mud that caused the lady to wreck and come in almost into our driveway at her Tesla last year. So that's the road, that's where the hillside that slides. It's down by the Adderdack Village where the retaining walls will probably need to be built if they're built. But I talked to somebody today and it was suggested, and I think I do say narrow the road. I hadn't thought about that, but it's, to me, I lived in Santa Barbara before here, and they've narrowed Chapala, they've narrowed Arriaga, and in front of City College, they've narrowed that as well to slow the traffic down. And to me, that sounds like a great way to go. But please, please, please do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay, we're going to bring it back to council, finished with public comment, and any additional questions that you have. I wanted to say that I would encourage you to use the data that you've received and have a couple of solutions or options for minimizing speed and whether it be speed bumps or changing the speed zone or different, I don't even know what the speed zone is there, 25 miles an hour. That can be reduced. It doesn't have to be 25, but look at the different options from the survey that you've gotten. The answers are there. We just have to figure out how to make it happen, I think. But did you have a comment?
Do you want to use some of the remaining funds to actually formalize what that might look like?
Well, I think by the consultant.
Yeah.
They're allocated, but we could.
Well,
I leave that to I know we're not going forward with the existing.
The suggestion is, I think Paris did, Bridget, the suggestion is to stop task 4. But is there any other remaining scope that would give us a speed reduction analysis on the road? Or options or scenarios or something that would help us act on something like that?
So one of the, so in the report itself for the one-way, we did ask them, that was part of the scope, I think Mark had mentioned it, to make sure that we included some speeding options in there. I haven't, they haven't finalized the report or anything like that, but I know that the speeding options, some more dialogue about speeding options it will be in there. To what extent, I'm not sure. So, maybe we could get the report, and then once we have the report, I could let them know, like in that report, we're looking for options, speed options, and from those options, we may want to use this remaining fund to explore those options depending on what's provided in the report. If that.
I'm going to give staff, with permission here, discretionary use of that for this endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that. I mean, the report's written for us to make a decision on that task, and I'm okay just letting Bridget use her judgment how to use those remaining funds with the objective of finding decision-making feedback on how we reduce speed.
Well, do we have action on this?
Do we need to make a motion, or is it okay just to give you direction?
Well, we need a motion to accept and.
Accept and file?
Accept and file.
And terminate the incomplete task 4.
But we're saying we're going to leave it open so that she has the judgment to decide what to do with it.
But it's not.
Task 4 will be completed or deleted. It's.
The remaining money.
The remaining money is at her discretion.
Right, okay, got you.
Is there a motion or? Oh, you want to go
This
first?
was just discussion and no direction, so, but we can take what you've talked about, and as was pointed out, we'll investigate options on how we can use the remaining money to find some actionable way to deal with the speeding.
Okay, I'm seeing a recommended motion here. Is that not necessary? Okay, very well. Then, if there's no other questions, we're going to move on to item 8, Charlie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bridget.
Would you read that into the record for us, substitute clerk?
All right, amendment with Exit Inc., DBA Exit Solutions, and the total amount not to exceed $187,889.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So tonight, you're going to be discussing the amendment to the XIT surveillance camera contract. This amendment completes the 9-camera downtown pilot project and authorizes the purchase and installation of solar power systems at the 3 remaining camera locations. In July of 2025, the City Council approved an agreement with XIT Inc. for an AI-enabled surveillance system. The total contract was for $147,407,000. The scope included 9 camera locations, 7 strategic downtown locations, plus 2 city buildings, with a 3-year camera licensing agreement running through December 31st of 2028. This was part of the city's effort to enhance public safety and provide better real-time surveillance of the downtown commercial area. Currently, there are 6 operational cameras. In May 2026, footage from a recently installed camera identified suspects in a burglary investigation, and the investigation is still ongoing. 3 camera locations remain to complete the 9 camera deployment. The 3 remaining locations are all along State Route 246, where Mission Drive intersects with 5th Street, Atterdag, and Alisal. So that's the 3 locations that are missing. Staff determined that these locations require buried steel poles installed on city easements. These installation methods and the permitting installation methods satisfy permitting requirements and protects against future utility conflicts. Originally, we planned to use the existing mountings and coordinate with Caltrans and PG&E for reliable electricity access. However, the coordination became protracted and staff faced the choice to relocate these cameras to different locations, defer their installation indefinitely, or identify an alternative power solution. We determined that on-site solar power generation on the buried poles were the best path forward to complete the pilot without compromise. The solution involves solar power systems with gridless Sentry battery technology that enables continuous camera operation regardless of the weather or the seasonal conditions. The solar panels and battery systems will be installed on buried steel poles at each of the 3 remaining locations. The technical components include solar equipment, hardware, the gridless Sentry battery system with integrated monitoring, and the labor required for pole installation and the site preparation. The prevailing wage labor cost for the pole installation and site preparation is exactly $15,550. And the cost for change order number 2, which is all of this, is $35,426. Previously, we had a change order number 1, which was approved administratively in September of 2025, which was upgrading the camera on Solvang Park. Instead of a single point camera, we turned it into a multi-sensor capability so we could capture the crosswalk, the park, and the parking lot entrance. And that change was $5,055. Change order number 2, which is before council tonight, covers all of the solar power components and pole installation for approximately $35,426. Together, these 2 change orders add approximately $40,481 to the original $147,407 agreement, and the new contract value is approximately $187,889. The amendment represents an addition of approximately $40,481 to the original agreement, and staff recommends the approval of this amendment to complete the 9-camera deployment. Council is asked to approve the amendment, authorize the necessary budget adjustments, and authorize the mayor to execute the amendment on behalf of the city. Thank you. And we have Craig May, the Chief Executive Officer of XIT Solutions, as well as Ryan Barasa, Director of AV and Security Solutions available, as well as Randy and myself to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm sure there's a few questions. No, not on that side. This side maybe, but I wanted to know. I saw I did see what looked like it'd be a camera on the Caltrans light at Alisal and Mission.
Yes, that camera is a Caltrans camera, and it doesn't record. It belongs to them, and it's used for traffic purposes, but does not record.
Okay, but they won't let us put ours on that.
That is correct. We've had several hours of meetings between the consultant and the sheriff's department, who actually has to require the cameras, and
would it be
ourselves.
redundant to have another camera there, even though if it weren't ours?
I'm sorry?
You want to put one of the 3 new cameras at that location?
Correct.
Does it matter? Is it redundant to have
It's not.
They're
These
cameras
cameras
and ours?
would belong to us, and we would be the ones that would have access to the footage, and they would record within what the surveillance policy allows, and we would be able to share footage with the sheriff's department as needed.
Are there plans to have with the success of this project, are there plans to have one down at Alamo Pintado and Mission as well?
It's a pilot program, and we haven't completed the pilot yet. At the time that we complete the pilot, we can then evaluate its success, its cost,
my concern
and
there
its
is that
best.
There's
and
three
it's-
banks on that one corner, or on the corners. There's three
Sure.
different financial institutions, and from a security perspective, it makes perfect sense to me to have security cameras there. But
Yeah.
okay,
That would make sense. Could be part of the evaluation process.
thank you. That's what I had. Any other questions?
There's a description of new camera multi-sensor capability. Can you just explain is that just a triggering or defining what we're saving, or are we recording anything new?
So I'm going to let Craig or Ryan speak to that, just because I don't want to misspeak, and because they've traveled all the way here to be able to answer
I was
technical
wondering-
questions.
Goodness. Me too.
Thanks for having us. Go ahead.
What is it? There was a point in our report that there's multi-sensor capability, and that's why we're adding a couple more cameras. What is the multi-sensor? Is it new functionality from what we originally acquired, and what is the multi-sensor trigger?
First of all, a multi-sensor is a camera that encompasses 4 cameras in one. So it's a multi, meaning you could actually call it a 4-camera if you want to call it a multi-type camera. What it does is these have the ability to capture AI, has analytics, facial, and also license plates. So the multi is just that it's almost going into 360. That's why we're putting them at intersections.
So, sorry, but we did not approve facial recognition capability? Are you saying that now we're doing that?
It's just a feature that it has. You can just simply turn it off.
Okay.
And they are not on, by the way.
Correct. So it's the system, but what you're approving tonight is not the multi-sensor. That's already on several of the cameras that are in place. What you're approving is the solar component. We were hoping to put them on an existing pole and tap into their electricity. Because we can't do that, we have to put our own pole and therefore create a power of electricity that will power these. And so hence the solar backup, the solar panels with a battery backup. That's what the change is. And
Okay.
the pole, of course.
We proposed the solar solution so that we wouldn't have to tap into existing power, and there's no existing power to tap into anyway, so we went with the solar solution.
Okay, I'm going to confirm that something I tried to confirm, which we did from the last time, but I'm going to double confirm now. You were not capturing audio either, correct?
That's correct. Facial recognition, license plate reader, and audio are not enabled capabilities at this time.
Capability, it's a function, but we're not using it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
What about surrounding buildings that are high enough, I guess? I don't know. Have you evaluated that?
We did.
I know that they're like at Mission and
We did.
Adirondacke,
Before
there's a
we-
3-story building there.
Yeah, before we moved on to this approach, we looked at different options and identified 2 options for each of the street corners, but then we'd have to get building and property owners involved potentially, and it would just, again, fall out of our scope of responsibility, and we're hoping to do this without as many players as possible.
Okay. But for now,
And it wouldn't necessarily reduce the cost once you add all.
Right. But I'm more engaged with the aesthetics, quite honestly, the functionality and the aesthetics of it. And these are temporary poles, and for any, these are going to 2-inch, 5-inch. How big a pole are we talking
Got a
about?
4-inch diameter, right? 18
It's a
feet
4-inch
tall.
diameter steel pole. It's not temporary, although it can be. It's 5 feet deep in the ground. It's called a direct bury pole, and it'll be 15 feet above the ground. The top 3 feet will be utilized for the solar panels. We try to aim to get the camera at around 12 feet in height, so.
And what are the aesthetics? Is it just it's like an empty telephone pole standing up there, or?
Realistically, it is just a black pole. There's nothing fancy about it. We can order cosmetic caps for them, but we can provide pictures and different variations that you could choose from also.
Were there any other alternatives that you looked at for aesthetics, or just, we want here and so we're going to
Well, this is
put our pole down, or?
We did attempt to mount to your idea that you said mounting to buildings. We have entertained that idea. It just didn't pan out, so to speak.
Okay.
And I wasn't part of that. I'm just.
You're right.
Just to throw it out, most of our streetlight poles in the downtown are the same diameter or real close to it. Black, sometimes they're fiberglass, mostly they're metal. So it wouldn't be other than the height, wouldn't be significantly different than anything we already have.
Okay, except there's no light coming from it. So it's equivalent to one of the light poles, is what you're saying.
It would be very similar, yeah.
We don't have any light poles along Mission.
We don't, no. That's why we had to try and work with Caltrans and PG&E.
Right.
And even if we had light poles along Mission, then we'd have to get an encroachment permit from them, and we went down that route.
Right. Well, also partly why we want to vacate the Caltrans contract. Okay. Any other questions?
I'm just going to go back again. We didn't get really a map of where these cameras are going now. I think we increased the count, correct? Olivia?
We didn't increase
I thought we were going with 7.
We didn't increase it. Yeah, so there was 7 in the downtown corridor, but there's 2 in the city building. So there's one here on this building and one on the annex building.
And so are we moving to multi-sensor on all of those or just on the Mission corridor?
There are multi-sensor cameras along Alisal too, and there is the one at the Solvang Park, on right at the bathrooms. And I'm trying to think, the last one you just installed, that was a single or a?
It's on the corner.
Multi-sensor,
on the
and
corner.
on First Street.
So I'm going to say this probably as frankly as I can. I don't want to Trojan horse a bunch of functionality in here that gets turned on later because someone's requested it. We're either using the functionality or we're not. The cameras have this capability. Is the facial recognition and license plate recognition a function of software? So it's already recorded, but software says you can actually find someone on the recording. And we aren't using the software. We don't have that capability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You haven't given us that software.
Have we given you the software?
Yes. Do we have the rights to use that functionality?
We have the access to the software, and it's a simple toggle where you toggle on or off for license plate reader, facial capability. So it's currently all disabled. But should a future council come, in 10 years and say, oh, we'd like to revise that policy, then they could very well do that in 10 years.
I don't want to, but the position he was talking about around the banks and the financial institutions, if you were to use it, it would be a bonus if something were to happen around that.
That's exactly what we don't want to happen. From my perspective, sorry, I'll speak just for myself.
Oh, that's fine.
But yeah, if we have a policy, there should be no overruling it in any instance.
Correct.
My perspective. People need to come to Solvang and not feel like they're being surveilled.
Understand.
Yeah, well, rather than poles, we can almost afford drones. Just park it there just swap out the batteries. Okay, well, I know what you want to do. Let's open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here that has any discussion on this item? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, well, there's nobody chiming in on this. So we're back here for either action or direction for this particular item. Anybody? Mark?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the amendment to the agreement with XIT Inc.
I'll second it.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendment, item 8C. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
No.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 8D, amendment number 1 to the well, you know what? Because of the time, we're going to have to make a decision here. Should anybody have any comment or concern about extending our meeting beyond the threshold of 9:30?
We don't have another meeting this month, right?
You're correct.
We got to
Correct.
get it done.
No, we need to keep it, I think we need to keep going.
Let's have a motion. I move to extend the meeting beyond the 9:30 deadline.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're moving on. We're making great progress here. Actually, I'll make in as much as most of the audience is left. Would anybody care for a personal break for 5 minutes?
5 minutes. That's a great
Okay.
idea.
A personal break. We'll begin again at 9:32.
Your Rotary Club doesn't mean at 7:30. And then
If you're good to go, we're back from recess, and we're on item 8D, as in Delta. And I'll read this into, you want to read that into the record for us? 8D.
Amendment number 1 to the Library Management Service Agreement with the City of Goleta for additional compensation in the amount not to exceed $25,765, increasing the total agreement amount not to exceed $319,165 for fiscal year 26-27.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Good evening. The City Council approved the Library Management Services Agreement with the City of Goleta on June 23rd, 2025, effective July 1st, 2025. And the agreement commenced concurrent with the Citywide Library Services Agreement and established a not-to-exceed compensation amount of $284,855 for the first of the fiscal years, 2025 through 26. And per the agreement terms, this amount was set to increase by 3% for fiscal year 26-27, resulting in a compensation ceiling of $293,400 for the entire agreement. During this first year of the agreement's implementation, the operational costs exceeded the initial projections, and staffing requirements and related expenses needed to maintain the level of service in the agreement have also grown beyond the original budget. Additionally, the supervising library technician position was reclassified to professional librarian number 2, reflecting the expanded qualifications and responsibilities required for library operations. The City of Goleta has formally proposed amendment number 1 to address these increased costs and recommends the additional $25,765 in an additional annual compensation, bringing the total not to exceed for fiscal year 26-27 to $165,000. This amendment maintains consistency with the service levels and operational standards established in the original agreement and aligns compensation with actual operational needs. The Finance Department has reviewed the proposed increase and determined the amounts are reasonable and justified given the expanded scope and the reclassification. Solvang has the option to allow Goleta to invoice a full additional amount or to utilize the fund balance established under the agreement's annual reporting provisions. We also have on the line Joanne Plummer, the Director of Community Services with the City of Goleta, who can answer any additional questions. And the motion, you can find the motion in your staff report.
Thank you. My first question, if I may, you said that there was the statement of work or the scope has grown beyond the original budget. What work or what scope of work has changed?
Joanne, do you want to talk to the details?
Sure, I'll take that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thanks for having me this evening. So technically the scope of work as far as your library operations, your hours of operation have not changed. What we looked at changing was your reclassification from a supervising library technician to a professional librarian. A professional librarian carries with them a degree in library service, a master's degree in library services. Your current librarian, Erin Herzog, she does actually have a master's degree in library services. So Solvang is extremely fortunate that she does carry that, and you do have a professional librarian in that position currently. With a professional librarian and having that professional librarian classification, a librarian can then choose your actual collection and be responsible for the purchasing of the collection specifically for Solvang. Right now, that collection, while Erin does make recommendations to the librarians, your collection is actually chosen by Goleta staff and purchased by Goleta staff. So your librarian would be making those purchases. The classification by the structure would also be making other purchases on behalf of Solvang, obviously with oversight, but would be making purchases on behalf of Solvang to be immediately responsive day-to-day. The current classification doesn't allow for those day-to-day purchases, so purchases made in response to anything that's happening in Solvang have to go through Goleta, then go back to Solvang. So there are some minor expansions of the duties as a librarian too. There's also just that responsiveness as a librarian, that professional level as a librarian. If you've been in the library recently, you heard from Valerie Kissel earlier tonight. I've been watching all evening while I've been in my office listening. You've heard that all the different and exciting things that we've done in the library since Erin's been in her position. And I use Erin not just as a person, but the fact that she is a professional librarian. She's trained professionally. She brings experience as a librarian to your library currently. There's that subject matter expertise that while you've had consistency with your team and with your leadership in the library, you've had consistency and commitment by the team members that have been there. You haven't had that professional librarian in that capacity for a long time. And in the 2 years that I have been present in watching the jurisdictions, I have really seen a significant difference in the quality and the level of service, the quality and level of service in the training of your existing staff, in the service of delivery to your customers, in the type of programming that we're doing, and the reinvigoration of the programs that we're offering, the feeling that you get in the library. Valerie spoke earlier this evening from the Friends organization about how we've outgrown the library. Very true statement. But for that very small space, Erin has been able to find space within that small space. She hasn't taken things away. She's been able to reorganize, reshift things around, and open it up so that it doesn't feel as congested as it did 18 months ago. So just really having that opportunity to look at things from that professional lens as the librarian. So that is something that I think really elevates the library services in Solvang is that reclassification to that librarian position. So that is part of it, and there is some expanded scope that the classification of supervising library technician does not allow us to have, unfortunately, just by nature of the position. So there is a bit of a little expanded scope. There is not expanded scope of the offerings, but we always look to expand any type of programming and services. You heard this evening we expanded and have the movies for the summer reading program. And then the summer reading program is always done in collaboration, but again, with having a librarian at the helm, having more of that hands-on specific, having those librarian duties locally gives that more flexibility for Solvang, independent flexibility of what happens in Goleta, because the librarians, we have 3 librarians in the Goleta service structure right now, and they're all in Goleta. So all of the librarian type of decisions have to be done by Goleta staff, and this gives the jurisdictions a little bit more librarian independence. So it just has that immediate effect and that immediate response opportunity. So that is that scope, if that answers that question. And I'm sorry,
No,
my
but
camera's
it didn't answer the question, but sure, a great sales presentation. So,
sorry.
Mark, did you have anything you wanted to chime in on here? You're our representative.
If you read through the report, it talks about basically the fact that, as she was saying, that Erin, our librarian, has actually got credit. She has the credentials to be elevated. A lot of what you're seeing in this additional cost is going to be her elevation. She's been doing a terrific job. We don't want to lose her. There's even an opportunity where she could actually go to Buellton because they have an opening. So this is for everything I've read in here, is warranted. It's a minor increase to my mind. Was it 25,000? And it does keeps us, Aaron, as our librarian, which I think we should do.
Okay.
Does Erin live in Solvang?
I don't know that.
No, she does not. She lives in Lompoc.
But she works out of the Solvang office. I mean, the Solvang library.
Yes, she does. Previously, she actually worked in Oxnard, so she's not shy for commuting. So she loves coming to Solvang.
And Joanne, I questioned the report earlier yesterday and today. Is her total compensation $319,000?
Oh, no, that is the total operations compensation. So the Solvang library is, the operations exceed the 300,000, but it is made up, you're made up of a variety of revenue sources. One is the city's contribution, one is your per capita from the county, one is just other general revenue. And that is whether it's donations or anything else that kind of comes in. And so anything that doesn't come in through per capita and other revenues, what's left is the city's contribution, and then that is what makes up the entire library operations. So that's all staff salaries, all programming costs, all the black gold costs, all licensing costs, the collection costs, everything.
Okay,
That's
and
not their
then
salary.
can you give me the percentage, just in the framework of salary with this increase at 25,000, what is the percentage increase to salary we would be applying?
Sure. It is a reclassification. She's reclassifying from, we have categories that are numbered. She's currently in the grade of a 121, and she would be reclassing to a 126. And that is a 7.75% reclassification adjustment. And annually, that equates to just under, so the $25,000 is not all Aaron. So the $25,000 total is, some of it is the actual salary, some of it is the benefit package that goes with the salary, some of it is increased costs associated to increased benefit package just in general with insurance costs going up, workman's comp costs going up, and then some is loss of revenue with the loss of per capita costs from the county, as well as we saw a loss of donation revenue that came in. So collectively, that is the entire $25,765. So Aaron's fiscal compensation is $6,595 total. That's what moves Aaron from a supervising library technician to a librarian to annually.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom that wishes to make a comment? Okay. Olivia, you're here twice. You're in person and once online. Okay. And we'll bring it back to the dais for action or other questions that might have. What's the pleasure?
I'll move that we approve amendment number 1 to the Library Management Services Agreement.
I'll second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the amendment for item 8D, as in Delta. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8E, as in Echo. This was, okay.
Approve resolution number 26-1333, accepting the Almo Pintado Road Rehabilitation Project as complete and authorizing the city manager to execute the notice of completion for same.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Good evening, council. The City of Solvang advertised the Alamo Pintado Road Rehabilitation Project early this year in January. In addition to the base bid, which was the rehabilitation of Alamo Pintado Road, we had 4 alternatives in various locations throughout the city: Alisal Road, Alisal Glen, the neighborhood near Solvang School. And in last fall, we had bid the project, and at that time, when we were preparing to award it, we asked the City Council to approve a total project budget of $3.687 million, which covered all construction engineering, surveying, inspections, and a 10% construction contingency. And we didn't end up moving forward with the project at that time and rebid it this spring. And because of that, in March, the City Council awarded the construction of the same project to Cal Portland for $2.912 million. And that, in conjunction with a 10% contingency, allowed us to move forward with the project without any sort of budget adjustment. And we did move forward with the project, and it went as smoothly as a construction project can go. There were, I do realize that it was an inconvenience for residents. The hospital, which was one of the primary businesses impacted by the road, the Alamo Pintado Road improvements, as well as Alisal Glen. But overall, with the contractor that we had, as well as PEI, who did the construction engineering for us, as well as the inspections on the project, we were able to keep things in line. We did have change orders, but as we got closer to the end, and we had an opportunity to actually add more areas into the project, since we already had the budget approved, we went ahead and did more rehab on roads like Oak Street, Friedensburg Canyon, and the skin patch along Chalk Hill, which Dennis had mentioned. And with those, we were able to do structural repairs on Friedensburg Canyon and on Oak Street, and then Chalk Hill is more of a temporary fix until we can get to it. It's scheduled in our pavement management plan to start the process in 2029-30 fiscal year. When we were doing the project, I did have comments from residents in the Alisal Glen neighborhood. They were confused that, the Fjord Drive, a portion of Fjord Drive received a 3/4 inch leveling course, and then other areas just received dig-out repairs. And I added in the staff report to kind of clarify that for residents, that anytime we did a dig-out repair, which is basically taking the full pavement section out of the road and replacing it, that was due to structural damage of the pavement section itself, whereas the 3/4 inch overlay leveling course on Fjord Drive is more to just kind of clean it up and smooth it out in preparation for next year's slurry seal project. So all the roads that we repaired this year, with the exception of the additional change order items, Chalk Hill, Oak Street, Friedensburg Canyon, we'll be doing the slurry seal on next year. So the project went great, and I'm grateful for the great staff that we had, internal staff, as well as all the consultants and the contractors that we had. We were able to bring the project in from our $140,000 under our original budget for the project, and get a few extra streets in there. So tonight, we're just asking that the City Council move to adopt the resolution and allow the notice of completion to be filed with the city clerk. Once that notice of completion is filed, there is a 30-day period where any release of retention is held to make sure that the subconsultants or anybody that is part of this team has been paid in full. So once we do the notice of completion, we'll start the time ticking on the retention as well as warranties for the construction.
Thank you. Any questions? I just want to say thank you. I think it was a remarkable job. I said it earlier today, but you're below budget and on time, so very, very good. Pat yourself on the back, and we'll do the same.
Bridget,
Mr.
below budget, on time, and honestly, the most compliments, like out of the way. People are giving feedback how great the project went and how nice the road is now. So hopefully people are pulling you aside on weekends and at night and telling you that too.
Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Murphy?
I want to point out that normally this project closeout, notice of completion would have gone on consent. And I wanted the opportunity to brag. I mean, this was an excellent project. Bridget did a great job. The whole team did an excellent job. We got a lot of pictures. And this is what happens when we work cooperatively. And so it's an opportunity to brag. We get a lot of complaints and other comments from the community and the press and other people that take shots at us because we're not doing the right thing or we maybe make a mistake. And this is a chance to brag, and we don't get to do that often enough. So I appreciate the council's indulgence in this respect.
Thank you.
I'll add one more thing to that. I live about 2 blocks from that intersection way going over to the hospital, Viborg and Alamo Pintado. And there were times when it was backed up trying to get people through it. But the people that were working on that pavement did an excellent job of controlling everybody and telling them where to go, so to speak. So I have to compliment them, and which means a compliment to you for having taken care of them. Thank you.
And the cement curbs and all that good stuff is all well done, and
Yeah, they turned out great.
happy to, yeah.
Really looks good.
For sake of time, is there any public comment on this? I don't see any, so I will close public comment and come back to the dais. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to make one additional comment, and I appreciate all the thanks for me, but I mean, you saw how many people were out there working. It was just a big effort on everybody's part to get this done, so that was exciting. But I just also wanted to say, I think, given the feedback that the council's received, I think a priority for the community is definitely improving of the road infrastructure. I think that's very clear from this project. People were very much in support of it. It's one of the largest projects we've done. I'm hoping to continue to do these projects on an annual basis to, continue to have, at least maintain the existing CPI that we have for the city. So, thanks.
Hey, Bridget, really quick, side question. Are they done with all the line painting? Are these totally wrapped up?
Yes, it is.
There's some questions I have for later.
Okay.
Okay. Let's take action on this. I'm going to move that City Council adopt Resolution 26-1333 to accept the Alamo Pintado Road Rehabilitation Project as complete and authorize the city manager to execute the notice of completion and direct the city clerk to record the notice of completion with the Santa Barbara County Clerk's Recorder.
I will second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve item 8 Echo. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Bridget.
Well done.
Okay, we're moving on to item 8F has been deleted from our
From the
F
agenda.
and 8 have been deleted earlier tonight, so there'll be no action or discussion on that. Item 8G is in golf. Consider, I'll go ahead and read that into the record.
That was removed as well.
G we tabled as well.
Yeah.
8G?
So we're on to H.
Oh,
That's the
G
two
or,
buildings.
okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking E, F, G, okay, word, the right
So,
word.
8H.
8H as in hotel.
Introduced for first reading ordinance number 26-0396, adding section 9 to chapter 3, street and sidewalk obstruction of title 8, public ways and property of the Solvang Municipal Code to regulate busking.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll make this short and sweet. Currently, the city has some street and sidewalk obstruction regulations, and there was a perceived need to deal with busking, which is public performance in shorthand fashion, but involves playing of music, juggling, mimes, and so on. Those are First Amendment activities, and not having regulations to deal with those types of activities in the community can be problematic for enforcement purposes. So the proposed ordinance would add a new chapter to regulate busking in public areas of the city. The definition of busking under the ordinance would include artistic or expressive performance, including musical instruments, singing, dancing, acting, juggling, etc. It establishes reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on where these activities can take place. You can't do it within 10 feet of bus stops, on street corners and marked crosswalks, business entrances and outdoor dining areas, within 50 feet of other people that are engaging in a similar activity, and within 50 feet of permitted special events and city-sponsored events. There would also be a limitation of hours for busking between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. Violations of the ordinance would be a misdemeanor, and with that, the recommendation is to introduce for first reading the ordinance 260396, adding section 9 to chapter 3 of title 8 of the municipal code to regulate busking. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I had one question. If a establishment or merchant were to hire a musician or a a cappella trio or whatever for their property, is that still busking? Is that in
No,
the
this is limited to the public areas of the city, the property over which the city has control.
Okay, so it would have to be off the sidewalk. They could do it, but they'd have to be either indoors or on a patio of their lease.
What it says, the public areas that are regulated are sidewalks, streets, roads, parks, parkways, paseos, walkways, and any other publicly accessible areas or public property within the city.
So that even includes the pagoda, the thing in the Central Park.
The
Occasionally we see people up there in the,
the gazebo.
yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
But also include driveways or anything else that's on the
That's
street.
public,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Is there any other questions before I ask for public comment? Is there any public comment available? I don't see anybody in the room here that wants to reply, but how about in Zoom? No. Very well. I'll close it to public comment and come back to the dais. Mr. Murphy, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say, even my wife's gone to bed, so there's nobody online right now.
Well, I see some, are those us? I see Wendy's name on there. Okay, bring it back for action or other feedback.
I'll move to introduce the first reading of that ordinance 260396, adding section 9 to chapter 3, street and sidewalk obstruction of title 8 to regulate busking.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve, or for first reading, introduce. First reading, item 8H as in hotel. So, roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. And bringing up the rear, here is item 8I as in India.
Introduce for first reading ordinance 26-0397, regulating use of potable water for irrigation of non-functional turf.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll do a little bit deeper dive on this particular ordinance because it is mandated by recent amendments to state law. In October of 2023, the governor signed AB 1572, and it's a water-saving measure that'll prohibit the use of potable water to irrigate non-functional turf in specific commercial, institutional, municipal, and multifamily residential properties. So the difference between non-functional and functional turf, if you think about functional turf, it's something that's actually being used for recreational purposes. It could be a soccer field, it could be something in a park where kids are playing, but non-functional turf might be the area between the street and the sidewalk that is not actually being used for any recreational purposes. So those are the kind of dividing lines that you'd be looking at. The proposed ordinance would add a new section to Chapter 3 of Title 9 of the Municipal Code, prohibiting the use of potable water to irrigate non-functional turf on certain properties with some limited exceptions. This prohibition would take place effective January 1st, 2027, based on property types, and it would phase in over subsequent years depending on those types of property. It'd still be necessary to maintain trees and other types of perennial plants. That would be exempt from this ordinance, so that watering would be permitted. And if the ordinance is adopted, it would establish enforceable local standards for the city water customers, promote efficient use of potable water, and support the city's long-term water stability. So the recommended motion is to introduce for first reading ordinance 260397, adding section 93B11 to chapter 3 of Title 9 of the Solvang Municipal Code. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? I guess, maybe this is more the manager, what properties do we, and this is mandated by the state, so we're just saying, yes, we put this into our codes as well. Is that what I understand it?
That's essentially the case, yes, because the state can mandate that we require this, but the state's not going to be coming and doing the enforcement. So the enforcement's going to be done at a local level. It'll be done under our municipal code. So if, for example, we see an institutional entity that is continuing to use potable water to irrigate non-functional turf, it becomes a municipal code violation rather than a violation of state law, and we would enforce locally.
Okay.
Now,
Could you give me an example of that? Institutional, this Adirondacks Village, or?
The one that comes to mind typically is if you had a private HOA, for example, and they had the parking strips or the landscaping strips between the sidewalk and the street, and they've got grass on that.
Mhm.
That's not functional turf. That's ornamental turf. That's something that's not being used for active recreational use. So if they're watering that with potable water as opposed to recycled water, that would be prohibited in this type of situation. Same thing if you had an industrial park. And I'm using examples that are not necessarily in Solvang,
Right.
but give you an idea. So if you had an industrial park where the whole front of the building is just in green grass, but no one's using it for anything, and it's
Right.
surrounded by a little fence so that no one walks on it, that's non-functional turf. That would be prohibited from using.
But if they put a picnic table out there? what would
Then that's recreational use.
Okay, even if it's for their private use?
Yep.
Okay.
now this doesn't apply to residential unless it's an HOA or like a,
If it's city-owned, that would be covered because that's municipal. There are some homeowners association that would phase in at a later date. But the intention is to reduce the amount of potable water being used to irrigate non-functional turf in most situations.
okay. But it doesn't look like it affects people's front yard or
Well,
backyard.
Yeah, where I see the biggest concern that's obvious to me is that green belt along Fjord Drive.
But that's functional. I think that because they have benches and
They have benches and so forth, but there's no sidewalk there, and I'm concerned about things like that, or other areas. But it's also that people take their dogs there, so they could be a dog park.
It is
but
people use
I
it all
just-
the time.
It sounds like a recreational use area.
It is.
And the ordinance talks about recreational use areas, including pet exercise areas, and recreation can be formal or informal. So if it's being used actively for some type of recreation, that's not going to be covered.
They hold sales and things down there. It's totally being, it's being used for recreation.
Yeah. There's several places where I think it's going to come
But
to.
that would be the real question, not whether we need to do this, is what's the operational impact and where do we see, how big an impact do we anticipate?
I think at some point, when the city makes a determination that there is an area of non-functional turf, one of two things is going to happen. That non-functional turf will be removed and substituted with some type of other landscaping, or the property owner that's responsible for it will find some way to make it recreational in nature so that they may maintain it and continue use.
You can't
Because
just
we
fence it up
can't-
and say, don't walk here.
Well, okay, because
I
we,
think that's the practical result of it.
yeah, because they can't, how would they water otherwise?
So
They can use recycled water.
Okay,
So
but
if
they'd have to
Yeah, it can't be
truck it in?
potable.
Is that what they would
We
do?
don't have any.
We don't provide
They
it, but
could-
there's
they could
nothing to
store
prevent-
rainwater and
There's
things like
nothing to
that.
prevent people from using cisterns or other private water collection to water the non-functional turf where they're responsible for it. So there are ways to do it. That presupposes that it's going to rain anytime soon, I would say as well.
Presupposes a lot of
Yeah,
things.
I'm going to open it up for public comment, if any. I don't see any changes. If there's anybody on Zoom want to raise their hand, maybe our technician has a question. Okay, I think I'll close it then for public comment and bring it back to the dais for action or other questions.
Well, this is just the first reading, right?
It is
So
that,
it's going to
yeah.
come back to us again.
Well, probably by consent, though.
Yeah, well, then I'll move to introduce the first reading of ordinance 260397, adding section 93B11 to chapter 3 of title 9 of the Solvang Municipal Code.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve for first reading item 8I as in India. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everyone, for your indulgence this evening for a marathon. Mr. Murphy, you had a closing comment?
I just had a closing comment. It was asked earlier about our occupancy related to the TOT. And Wendy, in her miraculous ability to get answers quickly, said 78.66 occupancy in June for the entire fiscal year, 25-26, July to June, was 69.52, so just under 70% occupancy for the entire year.
That's huge.
It's still getting more TOT.
Where is Victor? Are there any closing statements by any of the council members? Well, we don't meet again until September. So have a very good rest of your summer and Labor Day. And we are adjourned at 10:10 in the evening. Thank you.